Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
So I've been scrambling around the last couple days, printing stuff, downloading
What
stuff.
are you spending on an attorney for that? I mean, that's those guys will really bill you. That's not a pro bono gimmick.
I'm 25,000 deep on a IRS attorney, at least, if not more.
Damn. No wonder you're driving that Crown Vic in all your videos.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show, hosted by me, Bubba Clem. Thursday, December 5, 2024, in the Aqua Vieto Studios with our brand new, never have been assembled before, no longer having to have a hoopty 12-year-old artificial Christmas tree that we would have to go out and buy strands of lights to get, because the LED lights that are on the limbs and are supposed to light up when you put it into the trunk, they have been just smashed and thrown into various containers while put away. Lummy, that's what's destroyed the old tree, is not the erection of it, but the deassembling of it and not taking care of it.
And then for a while there were no Christmas bags, tree bags.
Right.
Which this one came with bags.
Oh, it did?
Yeah, so we're probably going to put it in the bags, and then put the bags in the box.
Yes, and then get some packing tape from the crick.
Yes.
And just put it right back to where you got it. It seems like it fits real nice in that little corner there.
It sure does.
And boom, 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 and boom. Brian, the baby face, in the studio today, freshly cruised.
Yeah! What's up, everybody?
How are you, my friend?
Good. I had a soft swap with the captain and his wife, so that was pretty good.
And the first mate. He put
and
that
the
one in
first
there.
mate.
Yeah.
Man, that's coming out of the gate hot.
Babyface was in here. He got in here right at his time, and Seth stands up because Seth projects, see? And Seth goes,
"Oh, you stood up,
hey,
Bubba,
babe.
And you go, oh, I got some stuff to talk to you about." And I said, I do, too.
I do. Show stuff. Like my potential Right on Red featuring baby blue-faced Brian. I just got a lot of questions for the babyface.
Babyface doesn't know that you got him paired up with Shannon Berg for a Republican podcast.
He does not know that. That's something I'm going to run by him.
Yes.
I told him earlier today while he was preparing and getting his various pages opened and stuff. I said, "Babyface, I got a few questions for you." He's like, "Fine." It was a nice exchange. You, on the other hand, pop up and go, "Hey," and I go, "How was your cruise?" And you go, "Oh, pretty good." And then Seth pops up in full projection mode and says, "Did you have a soft swap with the captain and first mate, buddy?" And we're like, "What? Where in the hell is that coming from?" And I'll tell you where it's coming from. Seth's a nasty, and he likes to project his nastiness on others while getting, deep down, he's the one that lives with his nastiness. Let's not forget, Lummy, that he damn near cost us $100 hazmat cleanup fee for having, masturbated shorts.
Why did they reach out to you?
No, thank God, because of Gary Cantrell being Employee of the Year, taking it upon himself to dispose of said freshly orgasmed stiff boxers. No, they didn't reach out to me.
That will never not be funny to me, because I went and told Seth that he had left a pair of boxers in his closet. And he had a chance to just go and throw them away.
And he had a chance to go, "Oh, thanks, no problem." And, then do whatever.
You saw him too, Brian?
And then I'm the one who found him.
Oh.
And I come down.
But you didn't know that
obviously Lummy doesn't listen to the Blizzard podcast.
No, I don't.
Listen, Brian, we got to, me and Lummy, we work hard, and we don't have time to listen to the Blizzard. Although I will tell you, the Blizzard not for you to get extra cocky or anything, I think the Blizzard has overtaken another podcast as the hottest new podcast.
Woo.
Seth Kushner keeps those statistics. The Blizzard podcast is doing quite well.
And if you want the full breakdown of the boxer caper,
Seth,
listen to the last Blizzard.
Seth,
download
that's
it.
where you're supposed to backfill me and validate that.
Oh, well, I mean,
Yes, you should say, yes, Sponjo. The Blizzard is doing quite brisk. It is really, really quite popular. The people love it.
The Blizzard is the biggest podcast that we currently have right now.
Yeah. Even I think it's even bigger than Clem Kush.
It goes back and forth depending on the weeks and stuff.
We got three really good podcasts. We got Pigmentation, The Blizzard, and Clem Kush. We just need like 2 more really good ones, and we're in. And slowly we'll have a whole roster full of good podcasts.
We got Loner and Stoner. I mean, they're doing good.
They're okay.
They're
let's just be honest.
Okay.
I mean, they're okay.
We've got Tuttle and his ex Kristen. Now they're doing a podcast together.
Yeah, there's not been enough time to give them a proper grade yet.
Right.
Correct?
They had one episode. There's another one coming.
Right.
And we have Tig's Bits.
Tig's
And
Bits.
don't we have the sports show, the Lummy Sports Show?
It's not on the podcast.
That's
it's
on
on
the
YouTube.
That's open
I
for
sent you a picture, Bubba, if anyone needed to see the
boxers.
Yeah.
So what we need to do is
Somebody took a picture.
Yeah, I got a text to me.
What we need to do is we need to explain to people what they're looking at, okay? And Lummy, I'm going to allow you to do that for me right now. Let me get it on my screen. And then, Lummy, go ahead and let's see how good of a storyteller you are. You're going to have to talk about where we were.
This is at the Content House in Orlando when everyone was cleaning up. Gary stayed an extra day with Big Red.
God bless Gary and Big Red. By the way, Big Red, I got so many. I got a whole Big Red monologue in itself. So go ahead.
And when Gary was cleaning up, he was checking bedrooms, making sure no one left, and he saw boxer shorts from in Seth's room.
And look, even the way Seth threw them away looks like he was just disgusted with them. Like it's just like, on like what looks to be kind of a nice throw blanket.
Yeah.
Or is that a towel?
No, that's a throw blanket, and he threw something on it.
Right. He threw copy-mop infested boxer shorts.
Yeah, and I guess
now what's that to the right?
That's a fan. That's a
No.
small black
What's that
fan.
what's that black?
That's a small black fan.
Yeah, it's
okay.
That's what saved me the first night to be well.
I let him
the
borrow
only
my
night.
fan, Bubba, and then he turned me into the.
I
to
didn't
the
turn you
police.
in. I went, dude.
Hold on, Brian. Were you hot Friday night?
Well, it was. Remember the temperature outside was like, and then you couldn't turn the AC in the house down past a certain point, or it
Right.
froze up. So
Didn't you open your windows?
well, I had the window. Because I was where the screen was ripped, I couldn't open my window.
Oh.
Because all the bugs would get in the house.
Yeah.
So I had to keep my window closed. Plus, they were shooting the camera out of my window to get the tent.
Right.
So I just
you're
had that little fan. That thing was perfect.
Yeah, there were
All
no
right.
ceiling fans.
So let me continue on what we're looking here in this picture.
Gary used his hands and picked it up and realized that it was Seth's masturbated on boxers. And
so Seth masturbated and just let it ride right there in his boxers, and then just use his boxers to clean up said mess, and then just discarded them in the closet like nobody was going to find them. Poor Gary Cantrell, in his little sweep of the building before we left, found them, and I don't know if he used tongs or just a stick, but I think he threw them away. Now, my question is this, Brian. You're more into Airbnb and Verbos and stuff. If you look to the very far left, is it look like they're missing a wood plank?
They sure
Yeah,
are.
they are.
That's kind of.
That's what turned me on in the first place.
Well, that's
Bubba.
kind of chintzy in the fact that you got a really nice, probably laminate, life-proof wooden floor, which looks nice. I like it. But if you're only one plank away from completing the job, why wouldn't you just put a plank in there?
They probably got discounted planks, and they're like, we're one short. Where do we go short? And they're like,
we got to buy a whole new box.
yeah, we're not going out and getting another box.
Let me. All they would have to do is just go get all their overcuts, and even if they just stacked them in there like in 6 or 7 inch increments, it would look better. Or paint that gray would look better than just a big old white board hanging out, right?
Oh yeah, no, 100%.
I thought the house was pretty nice. It was kind of chintzy. You could tell that it was a house that they had bought, and that they had visually made look nice, but it was all kind of.
What do you mean, dude? You saw Warsaw advance to the state finals in that house. It's gonna have fond memories for you.
I'm saying the house
was a semifinals.
Sorry. I'm just telling you
watched the quarterfinals.
The house was purchased by to be an Airbnb.
A flipper?
Yeah. No, not even a flipper. Like a straight Airbnb. Then maybe after you wear the Airbnb-ness out, then maybe you flip it. I don't know, Brian. You're kind of probably more into real estate than I am.
Yeah. You would get what you can out of that house, and then when that neighborhood starts to die down, which I don't even know how. I guess that neighborhood relies on people that don't realize how far it is from Disney.
Now, let me ask you a question. From our front door at our Airbnb deal, at our content house, from our front door, and let's say you'd leave early in the morning, are you still 45?
No, 20 minutes.
From Disney?
Yeah, 20.
But that whole area, even when we were going to the bar meet, that whole area, traffic is just, I think all of Orlando is traffic is just effed.
Yeah, it's hell. It's hell. Traffic's hell in Orlando. But yeah, you're probably 20, 25 minutes to Disney from where we were.
Well, that's not too bad.
It's not too bad.
I mean, how much money? Like, let's say you have, 3 kids, 3 or 4 kids, or maybe even. I think this place would be big enough where you could.
You'd have a family of 12 stuffed in there.
No, I'm saying is you could have 2 families.
Yeah.
You could have 2 families that were traveling to Disney from Indiana. If you stay on resort. What is that? $400 a night? I mean, you're probably more familiar with what. Yeah,
if you get a Disney Value hotel, you could get it for $200 a night. Like the Pop Century or something like that.
But that's what, just two queens?
Yeah, that'd be 2 queens. So you probably need 3 of those rooms.
3 of those rooms. That's $1,200 a night.
Yeah, it's probably comparable to renting the house.
I think it would be less.
I don't know what you paid.
I think I paid like 12. I think I paid like $1,300 for it
total.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it'd be a little bit less to stay off.
I think it was like $675 a night or something.
The advantage you have staying there is you can make your own meals, right? Like you're not having to dine at Disney. That's what gets you is the dining and the
$7
parking,
bottles of water,
and the $20 parking
during Disney.
Do we have a problem with Rumble?
Yeah, we have no video on Rumble.
Oh, okay, Seth, are you familiar with? Rat, are you familiar with that, bud?
Yeah, they're working.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Okay, thanks, bud. No problem. I'm on YouTube. By the way, Seth, did you get the invitation that I sent you from the YouTube gimmick?
No, I didn't actually. I know that we talked about it yesterday, but I did not get it at all.
I set up as an admin so that he can block people because there was something that was brought to my. And Seth, I don't want you to participate on this at all. Okay, like I'm sticking up for you. But somebody sent me a screenshot of some really, really not cool stuff that was directed towards Seth and his child.
Ooh,
and it was.
We're bringing kids into it now?
Yeah, cool. And I was just like, and so I called up Seth yesterday, which I don't ever call. And I called up Seth. I said, Seth, did you see this? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, you know what? Why didn't you block him? And he's like, I don't have blocking powers. I go, okay, well, I got into the admin part and thought that I'd sent Seth an invitation to be an editor or an admin or something, and it looks like I didn't do it right. So, Rhett, when you have time, could you set Seth up to have those type of powers?
Yeah, Seth, just say something in chat real quick.
Oh, okay, all right.
Just say, I'm gonna be an admin, mother effers.
I said hi, sluts.
So thank you, Rhett, for doing that.
Thank you.
But boy, this person. I mean, listen. We're in bounds, but not our significant others, and certainly not our kids, and certainly not our mothers. I mean, our moms, our kids, and our significant others, they don't do this show. It's not them spewing nonsense that pisses you off. You're not trolling them. You're trolling us. And so troll us. Well, I hope you wouldn't, but direct your rage and your stuff towards us, but know that we have the ability to block you, and we have. I don't know how the moderators. I don't know how this got through the moderators. This was bad.
Well,
this was bad.
Did the moderators catch it after it was up there?
I don't know.
That's even worse if they didn't. I didn't see it, obviously. So I would have blocked it.
Anyway, Seth, you should have.
It looks like I'm good to go.
See, you go over their name. They got the 3 little bubbles over there. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Then you just, now Seth, don't go crazy.
Yeah, we make half our money off of trolls, so half of our revenue stream is trolls.
Listen, Seth's pretty thick-skinned, but this was just, it was so bad and out of bounds that I picked up the phone and called Seth and said, Seth, did you see this? And he goes, yeah. I go, why didn't you say something to me? He's like, whatever. There's a bunch of troll bitches.
I try.
I
mean, usually I like to call the stuff out on the air, but I just, you
couldn't call that one out.
I know a lot of people, they want to get my attention because they like me a lot. They've convinced themselves that they don't like me, but I just try. I try not to give it to them when they're, going that deep into my.
Listen, here's the
bag.
deal. You need to have blocking capabilities on all of our forums, and you're a major part of the show. Like you said, everybody that had the 1 year and under bitches that you've already beat that. And
I know they're mad. They're mad
because you're doing pretty good.
Troy Nelson, $20.
Damn it, Seth should have quit and flamed out by now.
I know.
I'm mad as hell.
Well, it's good to see.
I'm gonna call his daughter names.
It's good to see Seth in chat rather than 5-tool mooks. So that's nice.
So anyway, Lummy, thank you to the great Gary Cantrell.
Yes.
And Seth is for those scoring at home in chat, if you want to think Seth's a little bit of a nasty, he is. He's a nasty.
I mean, it's just, Bubba, I told him, I gave him the chance to be like, oh, shoot, I forgot my boxers when I was changing up there.
No problem,
He didn't have to. So that's the part that's so befuddling.
He could have, he knew the area that the spillage was on. And, maybe the waistband didn't have any spillage. So he could have, picked them up with his little fingers by the waistband where there's no, spillage and put them just in the trash can.
Yeah.
Because, the people are going to either Gary Cantrell or whoever cleaned Big Red or the people or the cleaning service that they have, or they come in and just grab the trash bags and put new bags in there. Nobody's going to touch his semen. And if there was a person to touch his semen, it should be Seth. Right? Nobody should have to touch another man's semen.
Nobody should. And that's again where I didn't realize the error of my ways, and
now you do.
Again, I feel bad about it, but I am hanging my hat on the fact that I got Gary Cantrell on payroll, so I'm hoping we can just call it even.
He literally, Bubba, when we were having this discussion on the Blizzard last Thursday, he was trying to PayPal or Cash App Gary Cantrell for having to pick up his dirty boxes.
Just be like, I gotta get this guy $20.
I just don't get how you wouldn't think somebody would sweep the house before we left to look for left behind stuff or problems, things like that.
I'm more of a bigger picture guy, Brian. I was more about just kind of how the whole weekend went and if we got enough content and if it would be something we would do again. And to be honest with you, I'm very honest. If you say that your boxers are up there, I'm going to tell you that, I whacked it. I feel like we have that kind of bro relationship, and I enjoy telling the truth.
Let me just see the Cash App.
Rudy, $20.
Thank you so very much. Must not. John Costica yesterday, and who was the other guy? Paul Rogers. Both late night Willie. Right as I was ending the show, 110 respectfully. So thank you, to those guys. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. If you look behind. Brian Matroni, I don't know if it's on well, it's a little. Our
it's
Christmas,
right over my head.
Yeah, it looks good.
Here.
This is going to take us to the next level.
I didn't know that. And, Brian, I got a hell of a deal on it. It was regularly $21.99, $2,199. It's a 13-foot,
Didn't you get like 80% or 90% off? I remember you bragging about it this in January of last year.
So, listen, on December 26th, or one or 2 days after Christmas, I went to ChristmasTrees.com, just like I did back in 2005, and they literally
Neil Plaisir, $20.
Go Pack Go. Seth Funds.
Oh, tonight, man. They play tonight.
Yeah, they do.
Packers, Detroit. I won't be able to watch it because I go to bed at 7.
Can't believe they're
Bubba, you got to stay up a little bit.
I know. You know what I might do, Brian, is I might go home today and try to get like a 2 or 3 hour nap, which I'm usually not real good at.
Why don't we cancel the show tomorrow, man?
No. Listen, we're making our final push of the year.
All right,
Seth. We're trying to have. Listen, we have an abbreviated December, of which I got to talk to Brian about. And it's going to be probably money-wise. We're right there. People are spending money on their family for Christmas,
sure,
as they should.
I mean, really though, come on.
December.
We're your family.
We're your entertainment content
we're your
family. We're your content family. So we're your dirty little. You know what we are? We're your dirty little $20 bill is what we are. You know, and so this might be our slowest month because our schedule is really wonky.
You're only going to be doing shows. I mean, you're going to be doing regular morning shows, I think, through next week, and then you're going to do some, midday shows, and that's going to be it.
And there'll be some midday shows that you guys will be doing without me.
Yeah, I need to figure those out, too.
Yeah, and I got to figure that out with Brian. We got so much to figure out. So if you look, I went to ChristmasTree.com, Brian, the day after Christmas. And, that's the best. I mean, they want to get rid of all this stuff.
Yeah.
Because they got new stuff coming in.
Well, that's when you'll get the best inventory at the best price. I mean, if you wait a little bit, you might get a little better deal, but then the good stuff's gone.
Yeah, here's the thing. A lot of the stuff was gone. So I perused around, and a couple ones that I wanted were not available. And I got this, and we always need, but I needed like a 12-footer. And I think I got a 13.
Oh, you definitely got too big.
Yeah. So I got this for $6.99, and it was regularly $21.99, and I got it for $6.99. Lummy is the one that takes it apart and puts it together. He said this is
very
absolutely. Nice. Is it a lot easier than the other one?
Once we got to figure it out in the beginning, just because of how high it is, and without having to bring that huge ladder in.
So next
the lights
year
with the big red and stuff,
it's all the way to the ceiling, and in fact, where they first placed it, it was actually hitting an air conditioning duct.
Yes.
But what we're going to do, and it's too much work now. We're not going to do it for this year. They were able to move the tree back in between duct work. But it goes clear to the very top of the ceiling.
Iggy McGillicuddy, 20.
Oh, Iggy, we were just talking about you.
Dr. Dan Dollars, no pencil necks.
Dr.
He's
Dan
talking about you,
Tyler's
Seth. You going to take that from Iggy?
I am.
No, he's
yes.
talking that about you.
I'm going to take it.
So, Lummy, next year, I've learned this. Next year, Lummy,
yes.
We're going to put it in the corner.
Okay.
Over there by engineering. And I think it'll fit perfect.
I mean, Lummy and Red did a hell of a job. And
they did.
Bubba's looking at it, sizing it up, and going, would it be too much of a big deal if we just kind of moved it
down? But Seth, I'll let you know after the show. I still got to go to the containers and grab the Hanukkah lights for you. So I just want you to know that we'll spread all kind of cheers.
Look at Lummy looking out for you.
I don't want you to feel left out.
No, don't go above and beyond.
Look at my man looking for you, looking out for his
man. We got some Hanukkah lights or something
Troy
like that.
Nelson, Lummy, $20.
Thank you.
Go F the haters. And then Michael Hascombe. That's, of course, semi-auto glass Travis.
Yes.
50.
How much will we have to...
Thank you so very much, everybody digging deep, even when we thought December's going to be slow.
Seth, do you want us to bring a menorah, too, and everything? Or no?
I could bring... I have a menorah and like an electric...
But the menorah is at the very, very top of the tree, isn't it?
Oh, no, it is. Yeah.
You know nothing about anything, Bubba, that's not in your world. It's so funny.
It's a Jewish mistletoe.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, it's a Jewish mistletoe.
I thought the menorah was the candles
it's the dance they do. It's the dance. Gila, that's called the menorah.
Okay, I don't know. I'm sorry.
Oh Hanukkah, come light the menorah.
All right, so
we'll have a party. We'll all dance the horror.
Yes. Next year, I know we're not going to make any changes this year. We got it to fit, but next year we're going to put it in the corner.
Okay.
And then just promise me that you take it apart so very delicately. Now, what should we do? Is our other one usable, or should we literally throw it away?
I mean, it's usable.
Why don't we sell it to a fan?
We could sell it to a fan.
Yeah, but there's so many idiosyncrasies. Like we've duct taped it, and we've had to.
They don't care. That's what gives it its.
I don't think
it's value.
I really don't think anybody would want it.
Part of buying it is you get Lummy explaining to you for 3 hours how to put it together.
Yeah, that's right.
Gloria,
that's worth every penny.
We got, as slow as I thought December may be.
Lasker's mugshots, $20.
I got 50 from Scout and Big Gulp.
Love you, girls. Stay safe out there.
And then I got
Seth's Jizz, the boxers for $20.
And then I got 25 from Glowbug.
How much would we have to raise today, Bubba, for you to get tomorrow off to watch the Packers game? Like a grand, $2,000?
Oh, my God. Hold on. Hierarchy, 65, Hall of Famer, 250.
Packers.
250 for the pack. Where's my pack gimmick at? I think it's right here. Go, Pack, go! Here's what I'm scared of, Brian, about for tonight's game. It's in Detroit.
Yeah.
And they are even tougher at home. Although Chicago, pretty much,
we got them on the ropes for you.
At home. Do you think?
Wore him down.
Do you think? I mean, you and Rat really. You, Rat, Seth, and Lummy really are my sports guys. You guys know a lot. You know, you're at the very top of that list. Did the Packers get blown out tonight?
They're not going to get blown out.
It's going to be an upset.
Thursday night games are tough, man. It's just
how divisionals.
Yeah, divisional Thursday night game. Now, what I will say, obviously, is the Lions have had a full week,
but aren't they
which
a little
is
bit?
rare
Aren't
for a
they a
Thursday
little?
night
Aren't
game.
they a little nicked up?
Yeah, big time.
I mean, aren't they a little nicked up, Brian?
I mean, everybody is this time of year.
Their defensive line's pretty shredded right now.
I mean, yeah, Aiden is gone for the year.
And that's what you got to worry about. That's how you beat the Packers is you put pressure on Love. That's where he makes mistakes. That's where he's not as experienced as he needed to be.
Well, the thing with Detroit is, though, I mean, they can beat you in a shootout. They can beat you in a grinding game. Like, they can play any style.
Did they go out and get Preston Smith from the Browns? I think they did. Former Packer.
Yeah.
Former Viking. I wish the Packers would have went and never got rid of that guy.
I mean, their last 3 games, they've given up 6, 6, and 20.
Susan Poitras with a $100 bill. Man, thank you guys so much. I didn't anticipate any of this.
Vegas is pretty much calling the game even. So
hold on, no way.
Yeah, because right now it's a 3-point spread and
home field.
Yeah,
it's even.
Wow.
I mean, the Lions are due to lose if you're looking at it from that standpoint of they had a very close call last week. If Eberflus had a half a brain, they probably lose that game.
Lummy, our new girl out of Maryland, Jennifer Henderson.
Nice.
$10 bill on the PayPal.
Thank you.
Go Raven. Justin Tucker is playing like.
He's not playing well.
No,
he's not.
Is playing like he's hurt.
Yeah.
Is he hurt?
No, just some kickers like Younghoe Koo and Creamy Fairbair and Justin Tucker, some of the best kickers in NFL history, are struggling a little.
They kind of act like they're hurt, but they're really not.
No, it's just Tucker's having where he may be done.
I know he's 45.
Yeah, like when Vinatieri.
It could be mentals too, man.
Yeah.
With the
hold on,
kicking.
half of kicking is mentals.
Yeah.
Hello, who's this? You're on the air.
Hey, Bubba. Good morning.
Yes, who's this, bud?
Hey, it's Randy from Baltimore. You have a great show, and I'm looking forward to the app. I hope it comes out soon. It'd be a great Christmas present for me.
Be a great Christmas present for all of us. I'll tell you that right now.
Christmas 2026, baby. It's right around the corner.
2026.
Yes.
That's 2 years from now, bitch. You're such a dick.
T-shirt, well.
By the way, Rhett, I love the standalone picture of the Christmas tree. I love that. Thank you. As one of the tiles.
Also, the time lapse video he got yesterday was really good.
I'm gonna get that too. So kudos to Rhett on that. What else you got for me, bud?
Hey, Bubba, a couple of months ago, did you hear about the sheriff in Kentucky that went in and murdered the judge in his chambers?
Yeah, I did cover that briefly, but that was, again, like you said, a couple months ago. Is there an update on it?
No, it's just nobody really knows the motive and all that, but it was like gruesome. It was like...
Well, the motive is the sheriff obviously is mentally unstable. I mean, if you're the sheriff, there's a lot of responsibility that comes with that, and you're the highest ranking lawman except for the prosecuting attorney, but you're the highest ranking on the streets lawman in your county, and with that comes, when you get mad at somebody, you just can't start shooting them, especially a sitting judge. Love me 100 from my girl Julie Caldwell from Fort Wayne / Warsaw, Indiana. Thank you, Julie Caldwell.
Hey, Bubba, I think it had something to do with his teenage daughter on judge's phone or something weird.
That's what he said.
Oh,
yeah.
so you're saying the sheriff said that the the judge was screwing around with his teenage daughter?
That's what the people have said.
I don't know, but it's something weird was going on.
All right, we'll look into it, okay, buddy?
All right, thank you.
Appreciate
Merry
it.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you as well. Thank you.
What's with all the money today, Bubba?
I don't know where.
It's babyface, baby.
The latest, the latest update on the.
Thank you, Julie Caldwell.
On the sheriff and judge looks like they're saying that it was just extreme emotional disturbance from the sheriff, that he was having a breakdown.
Is that a real defense, Brian?
No.
Okay.
Especially. Oh my God! It's -13 in Iowa,
Oof.
and Scout and Big Gulp said they like to throw another 50 to the shovel.
Oh, thank you, girls.
Wow.
Stay super safe out there. Hey, Bubba, the Packers are a little dinged up too in tonight's game. So they're without Jair Alexander.
Oh, that's their guy, and that guy's pretty good.
That's trouble trying to cover Amon-Ra St. Brown out there.
Right. And
They're also without Corey Ballentine.
Yeah, he's kind of an ass bucket.
Yeah, but when you're already missing Jair Alexander and then you throw Corey Ballentine on top of it.
How about our lights out safety that we got from the Giants that leads the leagues in interceptions?
Yeah, he's still playing, but Edrin Cooper's out as well.
It's a linebacker.
Yep. So you got three important pieces of the secondary essentially
on defense. When they're most hurt on defense as well. Their offense, I think, is fine.
Yeah, no, they're not missing a single guy on offense except actually they're I don't know how good of Taylor Decker is as an offensive tackle, but he's been ruled out. So probably not great there for them.
I can't believe Vegas. I can't believe Vegas has got it pretty much a push.
It's the Bubba divisional games this time of year.
I mean,
you just see it
Dobbs
doesn't
out.
Yeah.
But here's the deal, man. The NFC North. My God.
Yeah, it's a conference this year, man.
3 teams are going to make the playoffs.
I mean when the worst team in your conference would be good if they had a good coach and staff that knew what they were doing.
When the worst team in your conference is what, 4-8,
yeah.
but should be 7-2, or I don't know what the hell.
We're coming, baby. Don't worry.
I mean that
Mike Vrabel up in there.
That coach cost them conservatively 2 of the 4 losses, and maybe. 2 of the 4 should have been wins had he just had better situational and coaching awareness. But maybe 3. They could have 7 wins right now.
I will say this though for the Bears, probably best that it happened this season. They can move on. Get the right guys in there now that they have, their young quarterback that their franchise quarterback they're going to build around. So, what are you weren't going to win anything in the playoffs this year. So you might as well, you've got kind of douched the coach out of there that was not going to be any good.
It gives you that much more time to find the right guy.
Yeah.
Because they're looking for him right now.
The Detroit offensive coordinator is.
Well, I was going to say, that's where all the teams that are up front's coordinators start getting picked. Mm-hmm. All of the offensive coordinator for the Lions, offensive coordinator for the Chiefs, offensive coordinator for
the Bears already had the offensive coordinator for the Chiefs. You're right. It's Ben Johnson, it's Joe Brady, the OC from the Bills. You've got Mike Vrabel out there, Bill Belichick not in play for the Bears, but Bill Belichick's going to get hired this year. So
you think he will?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So I'm taking Ben Johnson over the OC from the Bills.
Brian, where does Belichick end up? Cleveland?
I don't know, man. I don't think he ends up anywhere.
You don't?
No.
Has the game kind of passed him by?
Yeah.
His old school Bill Parcells type, mentality.
It's one of those things that it's a system that you can't rebuild in today's NFL. It's a system he had in place. It would only have worked at the time that it worked. And it did work. It worked, but the game has passed him by.
That's why when you threw Brady out of the equation, Brady was still a leftover old school guy that probably helped him coach. Inevitably was kind of a on-field coach that helped him implement his system and the guy's behavior. But you're right. I don't think that he can go in today's environment. And first of all, I think the day and age of a guy being a coach and a general manager, that ship has sailed.
Well, that's the only hang-up. I think a lot of people would love to have Bill Belichick as a coach, but it's what comes along with it.
Yeah, but it would never work. That's what I'm saying, is that formula was for that time period. And I think you're right, Bubba. They're moving away from it. The front office is going to be the front office, and the coach is going to be the coach. You look at franchises around the league, the only one that can still do things.
Andy Reid?
No. They kind of are building that in Kansas City, but I was going to say Pittsburgh with Mike Tomlin. And they've only had 4 coaches in their entire history as a franchise.
Mike Tomlin and Andy Reid might be the only 2 that can kind of throw a little old school still back into the game.
Yeah, that's it. I look around the league and I'm like, there's nobody else who has that whip.
Well, there is reports that Belichick could and possibly go to the Jaguars.
Let me. I think. Hold on.
Do
I think.
what? To have a shit team? Oh, sorry.
Damn.
Sorry.
Almighty, that's Jesus.
Aggressive.
By the way, I got new money coming in from PayPal. Jason Thomas, Oregon.
Nice.
He's in Oregon, driving right now, right, and he's listening to the show. Thank you, Jason. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army.
Because he said he could work with the GM that's in Jacksonville.
There's no way. I mean,
No way.
what is he going to do with
Jacksonville
that
would
team?
only be hold on. Jacksonville would be the only team that would be dumb enough or desperate enough to buy Bill Belichick's old school Johnny Rah-Rah stuff's going to work. Right? Am I right?
It
no,
just
Jets
would never.
too. The Jets would. The owner of the Jets likes Bill Belichick too.
Oh, second question, Brian. There's not a chance in hell that Rodgers goes. I mean, I think he's done.
He's been done. I've been saying it for years.
I know you say he's been done, but this validates he's done.
He's done. He's a prima donna. He doesn't want to put in the work. He'd rather go off and do his own thing during the offseason.
What's it called? Ayahuasca or
Ayahuasca?
Yeah.
And look, the guy thought he was bigger than the game. He thought he has a very high opinion of himself.
Well, here's the deal. He saw Tom Brady do it. And he's not Tom Brady.
The difference is Tom Brady put in the work. Tom Brady would get with the young receivers.
Hold on,
Tom Brady would in the offseason.
Tom Brady would go to Tampa Berkeley at 9:00 on a Sunday and spend 2 hours running his ass off with Shedeur Sanders when he was a senior in high school.
Yeah.
When other coaches, when this was Sunday at 9 a.m., when the league was completely shut down, June 2020, right in the midst of COVID, you couldn't have organized practices. You couldn't go to the facilities. He got in trouble for being in the park one day in Tampa, and he's busting his ass running wind sprints with Shiloh Sanders on a Sunday at 9 a.m. That's Tom Brady. And if you remember what Tom Brady told Shedeur, don't be like Aaron Rodgers or Ben Roethlisberger and throw your boys under the bus. Take responsibility for everything. And what did Aaron Rodgers do last week's press conference? Said, quote, well, there's 11 guys on the field. I'm not the only one to blame.
He's just awful.
You know what? Nobody was a bigger fan of Aaron Rodgers than me. And I have done an about face on this guy after seeing what he's all about. I think Green Bay was right. They knew that this guy's a problem. And, he take his athletic ability out of it. He's a head case that doesn't need to be involved in all. Look what he made the Jets do. Made him go get Devontae Adams. Made him go get Alan Lazar. Made him go get Randall Cobb. Made him go get,
Delvin Cook.
Yeah, he built this terrible team that he's running, and his presence has turned Breece Hall into a joke of a running back. I mean, it's incredible to see the hubris of Aaron Rodgers take down an NFL franchise that was set up to be decent.
All you got to do is just put a little bit of pressure on him, and he's done. He's as immobile. I don't know if that's the word right.
Yeah.
He's as immobile as Marino was in his latter years. Remember when Marino...
Or you on a dodgeball field.
Yes, Marino when he hurt his knee.
Me on a dodgeball field when I got a cheating shovel face on the other side. You are correct, my friend. You're right. Me on a dodgeball court when a cheating shovel-faced mother effer that has to win at all costs on just a nice little friendly game of dodgeball is sitting here making up stuff. Hit you on the hip.
It
hit you on the hip.
I mean, you go back and watch the video. That ball definitely bounced off your leg.
You're going to tell me there was no ball on there at all?
What ball on there?
He was holding a ball.
I was holding a ball.
Yeah, the ball bounced off your leg. There's no change in the trajectory of the ball. I've watched it every which way. I've got the most high tech equipment I could out, and I've slowed it down on YouTube to 25% speed. I've watched it back. We don't have a great angle on it, but the one angle we have, surely the call stands on the field. You can't overturn it.
Overturned.
I didn't try to overturn it. I walked out like a gentleman.
I'm trying to get Bubba to do like dodgeball like once or twice or once a week or once every 2 weeks where we just go out instead of doing a podcast. We just go out and fire up YouTube and play.
Between that and a basketball court, we should be doing or cornhole. We got all types of stuff we can do around here. Fishing. The pond is full of fish, is it not?
Yes, it sure is.
Yeah. When I return, I got Rhett set up a time lapse of the erection of the Christmas tree. I'm going to play that.
Oh, sweet.
Listen, you might want to get with Big Red and tell him Lasker is full hot at him.
Oh, that's not a good person to get hot with.
Full hot, cussing me out on text.
Oh my goodness, that would keep me up at night if I was Big Red.
Yes,
He's
me
like,
too.
He was, first of all, like Monday, he goes, let me tell you something. You got that survey guy? I go, yeah. He goes, can I get his number? Yeah. So I gave him Big Red's number. Supposedly Big Red wouldn't text him back or whatever. And his quote was like double the quote of a regular dude. And like, let me see if I can read Lasker's last text.
Oh man,
that I got last night. Let me see, and he should know that It's 8 o'clock. I'm guessing he don't own his company. He's just a flunky there or an idiot. People I don't know give me half of his price.
Oh my God.
And a fan of me and my racing got it to me for $1,800 in 12 days, so I can make it my closing far cry from this idiot. I don't know what any. That's Lasker talk.
Well, that's not good. I mean, that doesn't sound good.
I'm guessing he don't own his own company. He's just a flake.
We got to get Lasker and Big Red on the phone together right now.
No,
Bubba, come on. You don't have a hair on your.
Maybe tomorrow when Lasker's going to be in the studio.
Oh yeah. Oh, he's in.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
Then we call Big Red.
Yes.
Okay. That's what we'll do. When I return, I'll do the time lapse of the Christmas tree. It's beautiful. Thank you, Lummy.
Thank you.
The only change we're going to make is next year we're going to put it down on the ground.
Yes, sir.
We need to figure out what we're going to do with the old Christmas tree. Do we put it up in the corner and we have two Christmas trees, or is that just is the old tree such a pain in the ass to put up that you would not wish that up on your worst enemy?
Burn it.
It is a real pain in the ass.
Okay.
Yeah. If anything.
First of all, the old Christmas tree is great, and it can be yours, Bubba Army, for just $699. We'll start the bidding off there after the break.
No, you know what? I will give it to any local Bubba Army.
That gives him $500.
No. I will give, listen, based on hierarchy, Lummy, of the Bubba Army, including Big Red being at the very top because he's erected all of these Christmas trees.
Yes.
If Big Red would want it.
Big Red's about to go into hiding.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
His quote to Lasker.
Oh, shit, man. Lasker said he's got people that hate him.
Lasker said he's going to kill him.
Damn.
Oh, man, they got another Paris and Nicole show coming out.
Oh, awesome.
Another what?
Paris Hilton and Nicole Richie are doing a reality show together again.
That's
I don't
great.
think it'll be as funny as now that they're both like moguls and have children and careers.
They were moguls then.
They were
But they were just dumb young bimbos.
Paris Hilton was riding high off her sex tape. Nicole Richie, father of the iconic Lionel.
Did you ever see One Night in Paris, Seth?
Yep, I owned it.
I knew you would.
I owned it, buddy.
Seth's sex tape of him masturbating will be One Night in the Content House. It's available on Bubba's OnlyFans.
Gary Jizz Hands Cantrell.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea from somebody in chat, Bubba. Do you think we can get a custom-made Bubba Army tree skirt for that bad boy up there?
Oh, that would be kind of cool.
Yeah, cover up the metal at the bottom.
I don't know how, with the QR codes.
No, I'm just saying the Bubba Army chevron all over it.
Where do you get those?
What do you mean?
Custom tree skirts.
You just need somebody who can do, like, I don't know.
See, exactly. You don't.
Well, whoever did, the embroidery on Big Red's chef jacket.
Embroidery and printing like those. See those step and repeats that we have banners in the back?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we take a Bubba Army flag and wrap it around it?
I don't know that will work. But it might. But just something like that might look good. Or even like what you got hanging up to cover the shower. If you got
That's what I'm saying. That's what a step and repeat's called.
Oh, okay. Yeah, if you had a step and repeat, and then wrap that around the tree bottom, that might look good. You might just need to trim it.
Jason Thomas, Scout and Big Gulp, Jennifer Henderson, Susan Poitras, Hierarchy, another Scout and Big Gulp, Gloria, Glowbug, Zach, Paul
Iggy.
Rogers, Iggy. Just a ton of fucking activity today.
So that's Jizz shorts, $20. Sorry, Seth's Jizz boxers. Oscar's mugshots.
Brian, are you a good bowler?
I'm mediocre.
Would you do, like, if we one day did a bowling gimmick, could you do it?
Yeah, I can bowl like a 130.
Yeah, I'm about a 105.
I'm about a 72.
You need the bumpers? You need the bumpers?
I prefer them, yeah. I mean, it causes a lot less hostility.
Do you baby roll it, like, with two hands?
No, I do a 7-pound ball.
With his big sausage finger.
7-pound ball, you big sausage finger.
I don't put my fingers in there. That's disgusting, guys. COVID. I palm that bitch, throw it down.
Palm that bitch like fucking Dr. J and fucking throw
That's
that
right.
bitch down like a mother.
He shot puts it down.
I mean, I think we just got to cash app Willie just now. Hold on here.
He's a surgeon. He can't be sticking his fingers in those holes.
Yeah.
So what I'm looking for.
With his gold balls.
Man, YouTube iPhone did an update last night, Lummy. Did you see that?
Yeah, I don't like their updates.
I don't either. Makes everything darker on my screen. Did it do the same thing to you?
Sure did.
Fucking ridiculous.
The Apple update, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
They changed the flashlight.
Dude, there's some like new emojis and stuff.
Oh, I didn't.
You know, Bob, it's all about the emojis.
I know none of it.
Yeah, I heard they have jizz boxers as an emoji now that you can use.
Really, I mean, Bubba, I mean, this is really... I mean, there's a time and a place.
And then, what better time than here? What better place than here? What better time than now?
We didn't find out about him getting bent over on the cruise by the captain. We didn't find out about that.
It didn't happen.
Yeah, it did, because he was trying to get some... He got the free drink tickets.
Yeah, Gary Cantrell had to come on board and clean up the captain's jizz.
That's disrespectful. You would treat Gary as a jizz cleaner upper.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy, last night we passed 100 and I was over there begging yesterday like a little bitch. Should have just not begged, knowing that the the replay would play and people would go and watch. Like, a lot of people don't watch the show live, but when the show's over, they go to Rumble or YouTube or wherever. Bubba Army HQ. Whoever just coughed should realize that we have cough buttons.
Well, I hit it. It was just a loud cough and picked up on Lummy's mic. Sorry about that.
Right.
I absolutely hit it. You can go to the video just like the dodgeball game and see.
We don't video my board and the light going on and off.
You can see it on the YouTube, buddy.
No, you can't.
Yeah, on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off.
And he's
on, off.
Seth?
Yeah.
Can you tell him he's really fucking with me right now?
I can't. I mean, he's got the jizz boxers on me, Bubba. I can't tell him anything. That's why he's a madman.
That's why he's running a little bit hot, because he thinks because he knows you can't come in and settle him down.
Well, he's got me, and then he's always got you. I mean,
Lummy, you're my executive producer, my right hand man.
I'm
Why
reviewing the tape right now, Bubba. I'm going back and looking at it.
Do you want me to get you the dodgeballs, Bubba, so if he acts up, you can peg him?
I'd love to peg his shovel face and maybe knock it in a 1/4 inch.
Let me go. Can I go grab them? I know where they are.
No, that'll cause way too much problems.
You got $1,000 cameras here, lighting equipment.
As soon as my T-Rex arms comes up short, and then I hit a camera, and then just this is not a place for throwing stuff.
I understand, sir. Yes.
Back in the day when we used to shoot bands off the stage with our airsoft, it was really fun. But those little airsoft BBs wreaked havoc. We broke every TV.
And they get everywhere.
Every TV.
There's still some around.
Yeah, to this day. I mean,
under further review, Bubba, he hit the cough button.
Okay. What a powerful cough for a little pussy.
Yeah.
Jesus. Man. What a powerful cough for a little snowflake and shovel-faced pussy. So, Lummy, we did hit 120,000 subscribers yesterday on our YouTube channel. Thank you so very much for those that subscribe. And better yet, join if you'd like and become a member. And we do members. Lummy, have you yet to do a member-only gimmick?
Yes, I did one. And it goes on locals, too, just so people know. Because people ask questions.
So, hold on. We got that. We got that algorithm sign up, Willie, that if we go live members only on YouTube, it does also project on locals.
When we're doing the podcast, like showing the podcast and things like that, they can also catch it up on locals.
Right.
So yeah.
But what I'm saying is, like, when I go live on YouTube,
that's YouTube exclusive.
Yeah, that's YouTube exclusive.
If it's just you on your phone, then it's only going on YouTube. But if it's on your phone, then it's whatever platform you go live on.
People are asking about because they have the locals membership, and if they want to be able to watch the podcast, they can still get it through locals and YouTube.
Yeah, locals gets the same visual podcast that YouTube members get.
There you go. Thank you.
And then Lummy does some local stuff every now and again as well.
Thank you, Lummy. Every now and again on the local stuff. I would do it, but I have no idea how to do it.
No problem.
So anyway, this is the time-lapsed video of the erection of our brand new. I mean, Brian, just because I paid $6.99, could I call it the $2,200 artificial Christmas tree?
Yeah, absolutely.
I can. The retail value on this Christmas tree is $2,200.
Yep.
So don't think I paid that for it. But again, we needed a new tree. Lummy, if somebody wants our old tree,
yes,
reach out to Lummy. And
okay.
Lummy, then you get a hold of me. We'll figure out who deserves it.
Okay.
Like if Nash would want it, or an Iggy, or a Wizzy, or a Poitras, or a Tease, or a Bob Cook, or a Mushroom Mitch, Why
don't we go down to the mall and give it to somebody, Bubba, and make their dreams come true?
Because I want to give it to Bubba Army Royalty.
Okay, that
I want to give it to Bubba Army Royalty.
Isn't it like a 15-foot tree?
I think it's more like an 11 or 12-foot tree.
Yeah, it's 11 or 12.
Yeah, 11 or 12.
Yeah, single moms don't have that type of ceiling clearance.
Tease could put that bitch together. Tease works like a man.
Yeah.
Tease could out. You know what? I'm telling you right now, Tease could outwork any of us.
Yeah.
She cleans 100 pools a day.
Jeez.
I'm telling you right. What do you mean how?
That's a lot of pools.
I don't know how many. I don't know how many maybe she can get a hold of you, Lummy. I don't know how many she cleans a day, and I don't know how big her route is, but I know she cleans at least 50 or 60 pools a day.
50 or 60?
She owns her own pool service.
Yeah, that's nuts.
She owns it. And have you ever seen the shoulders on her?
No, not really. Haven't checked out Tease's shoulders.
Does she need a pool boy?
Do you want
assistant chlorine tester?
Do you want her? Will you be like in some Daisy Dukes? And
I'm not going to get slutty, but I'll do the job. I'll get some leaves out of the pool, skimmer.
What if you take a 15-minute? What if you take a 15-minute break? Next thing you know, there's some stiff boxers laying in the truck.
That could be an HR problem under Tease's business, I think.
Seth would be like, Tease, I got to sit this pool out.
Yeah.
I just need a moment. That last pool was just too much.
Yeah, that last pool. And really pools in Florida aren't really that big. Like if you look at northern pools, they make them big up there. But pools down here
they're not that big. They're all encased in screen and enclosures for the most part. Probably 98% of them.
Yeah.
And it makes it super easy. We don't have a lot of pollen this time of year. So
and if your pool is screened in, it's way easier for your pool cleaner but that's a very lucrative business. My pilot my former pilot, when I had a plane, he owned a pool business, and he didn't even have to go clean pools. He had like 4 dudes.
Really?
And he had like a 315 pool route.
Wow.
And he sold it for like $100,000 to a pool company.
Nice.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what Tease will probably end up doing, building that pool count up to a couple hundred, then selling it. Then she'll be retired and rich, and that's exactly the type of people we like to prey upon.
We sure do.
All right, on our Instagram, you will see before. This is before when we cleared off this day. I got to tell you, man, I hate to get distracted, but we got a really nice looking setup by most people's radio studio standards. Now, Brian, I know you try to pick apart everything, but our studios are pretty impressive. Wouldn't you think?
Absolutely. I couldn't imagine anybody's studio coming close to this from like just a one-off show.
You should see iHeart's new facilities now, and they're building all of their studios across all of their markets they're cookie cuttering them all to be the same, and it's just like a board, a way more up to date, really nice board like mine, and then kind of like the back studio, a table kind of like that, where Seth, 3 or 4 mics, and then a host mic, a real nice board. There's little cameras on every mic position, and then there's a 52-inch TV behind me, and then maybe another one on another wall. And that radio studio is if they want it to be 103.5 today and 98 Rock tomorrow, all they have to do is switch the logo on the TV, and now that's what it is. I mean, Seth, it's my understanding that's the way all their studios are. They're making them so.
They're all the same.
They're all the same.
Yes.
And it's literally just like.
I mean, it's pretty smart. I mean, honestly, to start the way that iHeart is scaling down and scaling back radio has been a trendsetter for the industry for a while now. So I mean, I think they're doing the right thing. I mean,
they have to, because of their debt, and because they're trying to radio's not doing so good. Sales wise.
Right. Well, it hasn't been for like 10 years now. So, yeah, that's it.
And now they're making, my friend works for Odyssey, and I'm not going to mention who he is.
They filed for bankruptcy.
I'll just tell you, BJ Harris, one of my good friends, formerly from MJ and BJ. BJ and I are good friends. And he's the morning guy at Alice, which is kind of an adult contemporary station in Denver. I think he's been there 20 plus years. His co-host is a girl named Jamie White. She was formerly from LA, and they have they're number one. They're number one adults 25-54 in Denver. And as they're getting rid of morning shows and things like that, you're not going to get rid of that show. So his contract was up, and they were negotiating and doing all this stuff. And of course, they're not trying to give anybody raises. And it ended up in his contract now, Seth, and you're familiar with radio contracts, that he has to do one free endorsement for every 2.
Oh.
So if you get 2, let's say, you got, let me back in the day, I had like Elder Ford and, Handyman, whatever.
Yeah.
Those 2 pay, but then the company can make, if you get 2, then the company can make you do 1 for free. And if you would get 4, you would have to do 2 for free. And I mean, like what they're making these radio personalities do. And then Seth, he has to do, as soon as his show's over, him and Jamie have to go do a 30 to 45 minute podcast that they don't own, that Odyssey owns and puts up in their podcasting world. And they're talking about trying to camera up the studio. All the radio guys now, all of them, are trying to get into YouTube. Like, oh my God, that's the wave of the future, YouTube. So there's this mass scramble for all of these radio personalities to, do basically what we started in 2017. And, and their studios look like crap. They literally look like a home studio built into your garage with wires and like. If you look at us, if you look at you look at Lummy's position. Lummy's position looks clean. He's got his little Warsaw, sign there. Lummy, eventually, I like to get with Rhett and hang our 100,000 YouTube thing. Maybe
with a little shelf.
Well, hang it there.
Yeah.
Maybe above the Warsaw deal, so it looks on camera. If you look at Seth, his area looks clean, not a lot of wires running everywhere. Brian's looks clean with the backdrop of the podcasting. I'm sorry, the stage, the Hall of Fame, and the Christmas tree. My area looks clean with the continual running of pictures of various Bubba Army things. Then we have another, screen that we use to play whatever I'm trying to play for you to look at. So it just looks clean, looks professional, and good luck to all the radio guys that think that you guys can actually make a living at YouTube just starting out right now. Because at 120,000 subscribers, we still can't just support what we do just off of YouTube. We have to have the ancillary stuff to make it, and you don't have the power or quality for people to pay for your crappy ass show. We do. Sorry, things aren't always fair. Here's the would it be erection? The erection? The erecting
of the tree.
The time-lapsed erecting of the brand new $2,200 LED badass brand new Christmas tree. And if anybody wants our old one based on royalty pecking order, get a hold of Lummy. Lummy, has anybody got a hold of you yet?
No, not yet.
Get a hold of Lummy. Because Lummy, I'm thinking the Bucks and all the royalty has your number.
Yes,
right?
they do. Yes,
you're kind of the union rep for the fans, and you wear a lot of different hats, but one of them is you're kind of the union rep for royalty and the Bubba Army in general.
Yes. Oh, would you let the Nashes build it up at Nashville for Christmas?
That's gonna just be. It's gonna be outside. It's gonna. I'd like.
What do you care where it goes? You're literally trying to get rid of it. I tried to sell it, and you're like, "No, we're giving it away."
I like to go for a good home that's gonna be. I don't want it to be an outside dog.
Okay.
I want it to be an inside.
Let's just drop it off at the fire station, Bubba, and leave it, and they'll take care of it.
Like it's a 3-month-old.
Yeah.
Rocking around Christmas tree at the Christmas.
I don't think I can make this bigger, can I? I don't think.
No, sir.
Okay,
no, sir.
right.
No.
Party hop. Mistletoe hung where you can see.
Mark Murph. Lummy, that might be new money.
Sounds like new money.
$10 in the PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bub Army. Thank you.
Now, can I ask Lummy a question?
Did it fall over? Now, hold there. Now, Lummy, there, it looks like it fell over.
No, Big Red put it over because we were trying to figure out all the lights.
So
They
yeah,
need more room
what
at the
happened
top
there?
of the tree to wire the lights.
Yeah, you get to a point where there were like trees lit up and at the tip,
Sections
but then
lit
there was
up.
a section not. Is that where you guys ran into some trouble?
Yeah, because all the way at the top, there was
Yeah,
like
there were-
6 feet. Like there was just a lot of cords.
For those last two sections of tree, which is like the top 3 or 4 feet, I think it was 6 different cables to connect the lights, whereas the bottom larger sections, it was only 1 or 2 connections that you had to do.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So the higher it got up there, the harder it.
Now, Lummy, it's not a cheap tree, is it?
No, not at all.
Right, so I'm saying.
Yeah.
$2,300.
22.
Well, tax and shipping, man.
All right, tax and shipping. Let's just make it 25 if we can.
Yeah, $2,500.
And we'll do some caroling. You will get rocking around.
All right, well, there you go. Go to our Instagram and watch the erecting of the $2,500
Hunter Law show tree.
Hunter Law show tree.
We'll sponsor it.
Yeah, sure you will. Remember the guy that hit the Commanders, the asshole Ravens fan that attacked the Commanders fans?
Well, you haven't eliminated any people yet, Bubba.
Well, Jack Callis. Lummy, there's our Maryland girl again, Jennifer Henderson. She's got a message that's babyface related. So let's see what it says.
Oh.
Something about her husband.
Oh, boy. We had a mix-in on the cruise ship?
My husband says babyface is a douche, but I still like him. See, the guys don't like you, but the girls do. So see, I mean, that's good for the business.
Yeah, but which is cooler, Bubba, having the guys like you or the women?
The women?
Exactly. Winning.
Jack Callis, the man charged in the viral Ravens Commanders attack. I like this. I guess maybe he was up for bail or something like that. The judge said no, stay in jail till his trial. What is he facing?
I mean, it's got to be like aggravated assault.
I think he's facing like 20 years. I think we saw.
Is that what he's facing?
Yeah,
20 years.
Oh, it's bad.
Yeah, it's one count of first-degree assault.
One count of first-degree assault. Lummy, $100, Bob Cook.
Thank you, Bob
from
Cook.
Stacy G and Bob Cook. Oh, okay.
Oh,
Stacey.
they two.
I think we
together.
I think they are.
Oh, wow.
I think we've kind of. I think Bubba Army has kind of pollinated together.
Wow, we're gonna have a little Bubba Army marriage wedding ceremony at Barb.
I would marry them if they would like, and I would try to do a far better job than I did with.
Yeah, it was pretty awful.
Matthew Hoxie. So
looks like one count of first-degree assault and 3 counts of second-degree assault.
Is he facing like 20, Lummy?
He ain't facing 20.
I'm
There's
trying to find
no
out what he's
way.
facing.
I mean,
here's the
unless he
deal.
has priors, there's
And
no
here's-
way. I mean, that may be the maximum that charge carries, but
let's not forget, though, Brian. You know, criminally is one thing, but you can always ask our good friend Conor McGregor. You might have a special sweetheart prosecutor that doesn't press charges because you're Conor McGregor.
Ooh.
But old girl can come back and get you on the civil, can't they?
This is up to 55 years in jail.
Hold
That's
on,
the max.
for what?
That's what.
the 3 charges added together,
Yes.
which he would serve them all concurrently because they're out
Well,
of the
Brian,
same act.
a lot would have to probably do with his history too. If he's got priors, that could mitigate something, couldn't it?
Well, that could aggravate.
That's
yes.
what I'm saying. Aggravate.
Yeah.
I mean, if he's got priors. So, Conor McGregor, as you've seen, he's losing it all. Like, he's lost the proper 12. And did you see, I was reading the examiner's report. I don't understand how this didn't get pressed. Well, I mean, you know, like, I've seen it happen many a times where where, you know, something doesn't go criminal because, you know, for whatever reason.
Yep.
But the EMT that first treated the woman that Conor McGregor was civilly convicted of raping. Her inner thighs and pelvic region was bruised. This is the first person on the scene, the EMT, you know, the ambulance guy. His report read that her inner thighs and pelvic region were badly bruised, and she was on her period. He didn't care. And he so forcefully intercoursed her that they had to use it was almost a medical procedure and had to use forceps to get the tampon out.
Oof.
And that didn't bode very well at all. Let me, Scotty,
$20 Canadian.
Hopefully, Bubba. Hopefully, the $20 Canadian makes $10 US. Our dollar sucks right now. So, I mean, you know. Will these Commander fans be able to go civil on this guy too?
Oh yeah, for sure.
For sure. I mean, criminal is picking it up.
Yeah.
But this guy, the party ain't over. Based on now, do you wait for the guy to get out of jail if you're going to slap a civil on a guy that did a criminal deal and did time, or do you go ahead and sue him while he's in jail?
No, you want to sue him while he's in jail
because he has to come to jail. He has to come to court all jailed up, and
you want to force the judge to order a stay because sometimes they'll stay the civil while the criminal's pending, and a lot of times that'll give you a chance to potentially settle. Also, you know, they could potentially have as part of the criminal case any of their medical bills as part of restitution that could be ordered against him if he is convicted, and then you go for the pain and suffering, mental anguish side on the civil side, so that in order to get off probation, he has to pay the restitution.
This is a prime example of a guy that was a celebrity that got a sweetheart deal from the law enforcement / legal scheme of things. But old girl goes, hey, I think J. Diaco said it best. Criminally, you have to be like 99.9% without a reason. Like, how does it go? Like, criminally.
Yeah, with beyond and to the exclusion of any reasonable doubt. So 99.9% sounds good. And then on civil, it's 50.1.
50.1 that that the person did what you said on the civil, 50.1. And 99.9 on the crim. Right?
Yep.
That's what got him.
George Crosby, $100 on the Venmo.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Mother apparently was super rich. He's like a trust fund kid.
Oh, he's done.
Yeah. But I mean, not that he has money, but his parents did.
That handshake looks like she got the raw end of the deal.
Who?
The chick that Conor McGregor.
Yeah, did you hear about that? Because can you give me that article on that?
Yeah.
Because the other guy won, she has to pay his legal, and his legal is $1.2 million. Is that what I read?
Yeah. 1.5 million is what his lawyer fees are going to cost.
And in England, they have the loser pays no matter what. Like, you don't have to go in front of the judge and all that bullshit.
Right.
Send me that article, Lummy.
All right.
Is this the rape victim?
Yeah.
Was there another person that she sued?
Yeah, she said there was another dude that was with them or something, and they found him not guilty. So his legal fees, of course, they padded it up, Willie. We'll talk about it. Let me send it to me, okay?
I'll send it to you.
You sent it to me?
Yes, sir. Scotty. Thank you, Nick McD, George Crosby.
What's up, XXL? BDL doesn't hate me.
Gaming.
Thank you, BDL. I knew that. Wayne's just a bitter old dude who comes into chat and hates me. What's up, Faku?
Fuck you.
I was trying to.
Asshole.
Huge asshole. Thank you, Huge. You're badass, brother. Morning, Grouper Lips. Morning, Big E. Permagrom. All the stars are out today. Mitch the Mark in the house.
Appreciate you, Big and Greasy.
What we look for in a potential franchisee is someone that's a lot like what Jenny and I are.
Scotty?
We care about our family, we care about our community, we care about running
Dr.
a successful
E?
business that operates efficiently, that gets the job done.
No, we had a
that treats the
cool
people that
American
use it
brother
fairly.
who was our cruise director, and I gotta say, he was awesome. From Georgia, he was bringing some flavor to that cruise ship.
Good to go.
It was on the MSC Seashore out of Port Canaveral, and man, he was great. He made the cruise in terms of bringing energy.
Nice.
Yeah. Great cruise director. We need more American cruise directors. The two that I've had have been awesome. And then one time I had a Canadian, they were, about 70% as good as the Americans, which is about, right. It's about the way any Canadian exchanges.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Man, I got to tell you, baby, I thought today, being Lummy, the early December, Christmas, we're kind of winding it down. What is next Friday is our last terrestrial show. Then we're going to an abbreviated schedule and then 2 weeks off. Thought, today might be a slow day, but the babyface brings it in. I got to tell you that right now.
Does.
Thank you. Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, all at The Bubba Army. You can go to our YouTube channel, which we have over 1,000 watching right now. And make sure that you, if you'd like, join and become a monthly member for $5 and get some exclusive content that you're not going to get anywhere else. So, Brian, speaking of additional content, we're always trying to put together, we're trying to always produce additional content outside of the radio content world, so to speak. More like I know we got a basketball game that we're gonna follow through for. Lummy, would you make sure that Big Red gives me Brian from Killer Bee?
His number?
His number. I owe that guy a call.
Okay.
I've been so busy. Also, Lockhart Seafood. And was that seafood? Brian, I know you like crab, stone crab.
Oh, yeah.
That was unbelievable.
It was
at the
exquisite.
Where is Lockhart's Seafood?
It's on Tarpon's. It's a little behind the docks. Did
they do okay with the storm?
I think they did. They flooded a little bit. Yeah.
You know what? Tarpon was one of the most hard hit.
Yeah.
Tarpon really got rocked.
Really low line area.
So anyway, as we're trying to create different content and things like that, the Blizzard with you and Seth does really well. And so I was told by a major radio person that in my little world, the Bubba the Love Sponge world, I need to come up with a right-leaning, just an absolute MAGA sucking D show. And,
So Dan and Shannon or Jay and Shannon?
No, me and Shannon. But, just like Fox throws in that lib,
yeah,
we need our lib. And when you think of a lib,
I got to get black rimmed glasses and become a woman. That's kind of the MO for the libs on Fox.
Oh, kind of like a white Don Lemon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I gotta really snowflake it up.
But I mean, him and me and him are going to be coming at you, nonstop. And I don't want you to really fight back that hard, but I want you to fight back a little bit. But I want you to kind of lean with us a little bit, dance with us a little bit.
Absolutely, I can do that.
So it's going to be called Right on Red. And I'd like to do it every other week. So Blizzard is 2 Thursdays a month, and Right on Red is 2 Thursdays a month.
Okay.
And it's just like a little 30, 45-minute deal. We fire it right up like at, 10:15 and go like maybe 10:15 to 11, which gets you over to your law firm.
Yeah, that's kind of the schedule I've been on.
Right.
With Seth,
it kind of sticks with your schedule. And would you be good with that?
Sure.
Perfect. And Seth, you're good with that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I have no choice.
No, see, that's not.
No, I pitched the idea of having Brian do it Thursdays because I know, doing it any other day is probably inconvenient. So I don't have any. I mean, the Blizzard's doing really well, and we're pretty much doing it once every 2 weeks. So yeah, I'm good with keeping it at that rate.
Perfect. Did you see where we were talking about Brian earlier? Man, don't be all cocky when you get those criminal charges not filed on you, because civil's a mother effer. And that's what happened to Conor McGregor. He got some kind of sweetheart deal, some kind of that police agency, or I don't know how the English, UK, Ireland judicial system works, but I'm thinking that it's somewhat like ours, where you have a state attorney or a district attorney that decides to file or not file charges based on the police investigation, and they decided not to file charges on Conor McGregor on this rape case against Nikita Hand. The woman was named Nikita Hand, and I just, for the life of me, I've seen some of the evidence that was presented in court, and for the life of me, I don't understand how they don't. I mean, God, in today's world, it seems like everything's pro-woman, as it should be. We're trying to shatter glass ceilings. We're trying to do women initiatives. I mean, there's major hedge funds, Apollo Global, Blackstone. There's major hedge funds that, actually put aside $1 and $2 billion a year to buy and invest in nothing but women-owned businesses. So women, now have more or are getting more equal footing than ever, as they should.
Does Erica now own the Bubba Radio Network?
No. Even when I was married and I had in my prenup, nobody owns the Bubba Radio Network except me. Nobody owns my house, but I don't have one anymore, except me.
That's smart.
I'm not bragging, and I don't know if you're familiar with the language and you've ever seen my prenup, but I think my prenup is probably one of the best prenups ever written. Ever.
Yeah, no, it's ironclad, man.
I think my prenup has gone on to spawn other like my prenup is the seed. Actually, we took Dan's and made it 47 times more stiffer.
Wow.
And hasn't Gina been offered? Hasn't other? And I'm not trying to get into Gina or yours business, but you're obviously a partner of the firm, and it's just you and Gina. Haven't you guys been offered quite a bit of money from other attorneys to have that template?
No, they asked for it in Word version from her, and she always sends it to them in PDF, and she's like, you convert it, and you can spend 3 hours dealing with all the nuances of getting a PDF converted document into Word and dealing with that rather than me give it to you. So, because you can't, it's legal documents, they're not like subject to copyright or anything like that. There's no plagiarism rules on legal documents. You can copy somebody's complaint exactly and just switch the names out. But she's not going to let them she's not going to do the work for them.
Right. So they can hire some intern to go ahead and type it all out if they wanted to.
Yep.
But, I know people have asked you, God, my Lord, that's the best thing I've ever seen. So anyway, in saying that, I don't understand how Conor McGregor got away with this, but he did. And he probably was feeling pretty good when he got away with this, when she initially filed rape charges and they came and questioned him. I don't know that he ever did a day in jail. I don't know that he was even ever arrested.
I don't think he was ever arrested.
Yeah, I mean, this is very familiar. This is like deja vu in my world. And so she's like, okay, let's go civil. So she goes civil. Her name's Nikita Hand. And she wins against Conor McGregor. But because there was another person that she named in the lawsuit, and they were not found, the jury did not find him guilty. They're now in England, in the United States, and Brian, you obviously you're an attorney. In the United States, you can get your legal fees paid. If you win
on a civil case, so there's two ways. There's a couple ways you can get it. One is
first of all, you have to have an offer of proffer.
Well, hold on, real quick. One is either contractually. So let's say you had a contract that said prevailing party fees. There's no nuance to that. Whoever wins gets their attorney's fees.
That's if you have a contract.
That's
that you're
with the contract.
Right.
On the civil side, on the personal injury side, the tort side, it would be what's called a proposal for settlement that would be filed. The other part, so you say, let's say she had offered to settle the case for $100,000 at one point. He has 30 days to accept it. If he doesn't accept it within 30 days, if she was to go on to a trial and get this $250,000 judgment, that's more than 125% of the proposal amount. And so that would trigger attorney's fees and costs from the date of the filing of the proposal for settlement all the way through trial.
Otherwise, that's USA.
That's
America.
Florida specifically.
Okay, Florida specific.
Otherwise, there is no mechanism for prevailing party fees in personal injury lawsuits.
Now, again, getting your legal fees paid if you're the prevailing party in America is a little touch and go as to whether you get it or not. You got to do what Brian said.
And even then, they can fight it. It's not guaranteed. They could say it wasn't made in good faith, or there was something, technically wrong with the proposal.
Or they're appealing the whole entire decision.
Yeah, and then you settle. A lot of times what will end up happening is you end up settling for a compromised amount to get rid of the appeal.
Right. So you get a victory.
Yeah.
Might get, whatever. So, but in England or the UK or Ireland, I think it's the UK, it is absolutely, it's part of their law where loser pays. Like it's no, I don't even know that it has to go. Maybe the judge just goes, yep, loser pays. I'm sure the judge makes some ruling, but like it's not any type of where it's 125% of your initial offer and this and this and this. Loser pays, period. It's cut and dry over there. Well, now this woman who got raped by Conor McGregor, she was awarded £250,000. Now, doesn't that seem light for...
Very light. This is not a resounding victory for her at all. The collateral damage to him is much greater than the $250,000.
Exactly, and maybe that's what she really wants to put a hurting on him, saying, you know what, well, this is her testimony. Nikita told the high court that McGregor pinned her down on the bed, choked her 3 times, and left her thinking that she was going to die. I just let him do whatever he needed to do so that I could survive, she said of the attack during a drinking and cocaine-fueled Christmas after-party. McGregor shook his head as he was ordered to pay Miss Hand £248,000 in damages last Friday. But the jury did not find against McGregor's co-accused and friend James Lawrence, who should be entitled to recoup his legal fees. During the civil trial, it was revealed that McGregor had paid Lawrence legal costs for him, and anything he gets back would be expected to go back to the MMA star. So it looks like Conor paid his buddy his legal fees because he did obviously probably have the money that Conor does. In reality, she got £250,000 I suspect his costs could be easily that or more. So what you could easily find is a situation where Miss Hands ends up owing money to Mr. Lawrence, notwithstanding that she has won. Mr. English, who was not involved in Ireland's biggest civil trial of the year, said he would expect McGregor's friend to pursue Miss Hands' legal costs. So they're saying, Brian, that, because the other dude won and Conor lost, Conor has to pay her the £248, but they're saying that the other guy's legal fees were like almost $1 million, and she has to pay that. So at the end of the day, even though she won and is causing all type of havoc to Conor McGregor, that since the loser pays thing kicks in, she could be on the wrong side of the payday.
Jeez.
Yep.
And now Conor and his wife are going this. See, if you're his attorney, Brian, don't you tell Conor and his wife, stay off X, stay off Instagram. You're only going to make people hate you more.
Yeah,
just based on what he was convicted of.
He should just lay low for a few months and then come back and act like nothing happened.
Imagine this is his wife. Imagine a woman with her own boyfriend and child texting provocative pictures of herself to another woman's man. with a family and a child on the way. This woman claims to know me, yet still went ahead and sent messages and pictures of herself over and over to my man. Really? Whilst out on a 3-day bender, texting accuses to her own.
Neil Mount Plaisir, $20.
Excuses to her. Thank you, Neil Mount Plaisir. Go Pack, go. To her own child at home, where Mammy is on Saturday afternoon, Saturday night, Sunday morning, Sunday afternoon, Sunday night, and into Monday morning, and all the while out of her face in a hotel room, dancing around a hotel car park. What sort of woman are you? I mean, like, they just go on, and they're posting all these messages and stuff. If I'm Conor McGregor's handlers, I'm like, listen, buddy, time does heal, maybe. Now, does Dana still offer him a fight?
Not right now. I mean, the problem for him is he doesn't have much longer in the fight game anyways. He's gotten soft as can be.
He hasn't won in 6 years.
Yeah. I mean, his next fight will probably be against one of the Pauls.
Jake Paul.
Yeah, at this point.
Yeah, you're right. Anyway, he lost the Proper 12 deal. He lost the video game deal. He lost another drink deal. I mean, I think he's lost, like, most of his endorsements, Lummy.
Yes.
I think. This might be video of the hand.
I would like to start off by saying I'm overwhelmed. I'm touched by the support I have received from everybody.
Now, if you're Conor McGregor and you hold her to that threshold of having to repay his buddy's legal fees, isn't that kind of a bad look too?
Yeah, because he did come out earlier and say he was going to pay his buddy's legal fees.
Right, but Brian, like, making her having to pay that.
Well, look, if the buddy was found not to have done anything and she sued him in court, she didn't have to sue him. She could have just gone after Conor. She went after both of them.
So it's a business.
I mean, that he was found not guilty. So
pay.
First, I want to thank the Coleman legal team and my 3 barristers, John Gordon, Ray Boland and Sean. They have been amazing from start to finish. I want to thank Mr. Justice.
But you're down. You better come up with £750,000. Because the other guy's legal fees supposedly were £1 million. She won $250,000.
She looks like she can afford to drop a few pounds.
Alexander Owens, the jury, all the witnesses. I want to thank the
doctor. And Conor, what were you thinking? Aren't you supposed to rape up?
No, you always rape down, Bubba.
Well, they said that. They said that the I think 6 years of stress and eating
has made her. Yeah. That's what I've been saying. I just didn't get raped.
Well, you kind of did.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. Society has raped me.
You're a victim, Bubba.
I am a victim, very much so, more than you guys could ever understand. Switching gears, today the St. Pete City Council got notice this morning that that bonds to finance a new Tampa Bay Rays stadium on the historical gas plant district are on the agenda for tomorrow's 1:30 p.m. council meeting. What does that?
Pressure.
What's that?
Peer pressure.
So, like, what do you think is going to happen?
Oh, I have a feeling that St. Pete's going to vote it down.
Yeah, I think they're also going to deny it.
Yeah,
I think they're just bringing it back up to appease all the people who have been begging for it.
There's a lot going on here, though. There's a lot on the line, because if the Rays can't make it work with, if the city can't make it work with the Rays potentially then have the rights to half or all of the redevelopment of that land that the Trop sits on, because the lease is such a joke. So, I'm hoping whatever the city and county is doing is with whatever it is with making the city and the county as whole as possible after this whole fiasco, whatever that may be, because they could potentially lose billions of dollars in redevelopment. And
be just stuck with a concrete monster with no roof on it that they're going to have to knock down.
Well, they're going to redevelop that no matter what. That's not won't be a problem given the value of that land. The problem is that there's a potential that there's a potential that the Rays ownership gets a stake in whatever redevelopment happens with that land if there's not a stadium.
So you're saying Rays move to Nashville, Charlotte, Montreal, wherever, because of the way the lease or whatever the proposal is written, the Rays still get a stake in that developed area, even no matter what it is. If it's an entertainment district, if it's whatever, less a stadium. A stadium doesn't have to be there for the Rays to participate in whatever they put up there.
Potentially. I don't remember all the nuances of the contract. Also, contractually, the city and the county are responsible for providing the Rays a place to play this season and potentially next if it's not repaired. And they could find the Rays can make the argument that whatever they are out of pocket in terms of lost revenue, in terms of relocation costs, all of that the county and the city are on the hook for that.
That's right.
So they better tread lightly. I know that there's a lot of these new county commissioners and stuff that don't like the Rays ownership.
Hold on, that are really new.
Really new, like just elected, 4 weeks ago, whatever it is now. But man, you better make sure your T's are crossed and your I's are dotted, because you better believe Stu Sternberg and his New York friends have the best lawyers looking at this from a contractual perspective.
Oh, yeah.
And if you think the city and the county lawyers can go up against these blue ribbon New York attorneys that are responsible for these contracts,
these hedge fund willies,
you're out of your mind.
And if Stu knows he's leaving town, he's going to get every single dime he can get out of the city of St. Pete.
So, but is the first issue at hand, what do we do with Trop? It's $56 million to get it fixed for them to play through the 2027. Like, that's the first thing you probably have to address, correct?
Part of the issue with that is the machinations that must occur as they process this, because first they need to figure out how much money of the damage is going to be covered by insurance.
$25 million.
It could be as little as zero and as much as $25 million, because if I'm the insurance company, I'm making a pretty strong argument
that you've not maintained you've not continued to repair that roof was only made for 25 years. The material, even the basically had a 25-year warranty on. The material, and it was built for 25 years. And I don't know, Babyface, that they have done any maintenance or repairs to it.
Zero to the roof, zero.
So
that is original roof.
The insurance company could argue you've not done any preventative maintenance at all to ensure that an event like this doesn't happen.
But if I'm the Rays, I'm arguing that you could have required that. You still insured us in spite of that. But now you're in a lawsuit over that.
But it'd be like going to Ford and saying, I just bought a brand new truck, right? But I didn't change the oil when it was recommended. I just kept going. Now it's $55,000. And my engine blew up because I didn't change the oil when it's recommended that you change your oil every 5,000 miles.
Yeah, but it's a little different because the insurance company could have required that as a condition of continuing coverage. So there's an argument there. It's really going to depend on the policy language, which obviously I'm not privy to, as far as how much of the insurance. But part of the problem with that is, what the easy solution is that the county and the city approve the full amount, bonds for the full amount of the repairs, and then they just buy back whatever those bonds are with whatever insurance proceeds they get, if any.
So we have two issues. One, does the Trop get repaired? And two, does a new stadium get built? And three, if none of that gets done, the Rays are gone. They're gone.
They're probably gone at this point. I don't see them finding a way forward with the leadership group that's in place in St. Pete and Pinellas right now.
Hello, who's this? You're on the air.
Bubba.
Yeah.
Anyone ever talk about the $250,000 that the Mayor Welch had handed out for this deal already getting done?
Yeah, you got it from Blitz. I'm sorry.
All right. So your question is what again, buddy? I'm sorry.
Did anyone ever talk about the $250,000 that the mayor handed out for this to the lawyers and all that for the City of St. Pete Council for this already getting done?
I didn't know that Mayor Welch. Does anybody, Seth? Does anybody have any intel on Mayor Welch handing? He handed $250 to who?
Like 10 people in the City of St. Pete. They all had to give it back, but ended up the budget guy got suspended for a week because he approved it. Check it out. Look it up. $250,000.
Employees' bonuses, rescinded bonuses back in August.
We're gonna look it up right now, buddy. Thank you for the heads up. Now, Brian, go ahead and break it down.
There were $250,000 worth of bonuses given to 17 staff members who worked on the redevelopment plan for the gas plant district, which was what the Rays were doing. The bonuses at about $15,000 each were meant to acknowledge almost a year's worth of work, nights, weekends, holidays, you name it. So these people apparently all put in overtime and got bonus because of the approval of the $6.5 billion redevelopment thing. I don't think it's a huge deal, man.
So,
we're not talking about $250,000 a person.
No, we're talking about $250,000.
And these are staff members that worked on the project. These were not necessarily
initially got it approved. Right? I mean, initially their plans were approved, were they not?
Yes.
And so where are we now where it's not approved? Like if it was approved, if the new stadium was approved at one time, how is it now not approved?
Because because the funding aspect of it had not been approved.
The bonds,
the big part of it had not been approved. And
so the design had been approved, but the financial end of it was pending still.
Well, the plans had been finalized in terms of what the vision was going to be, and then all of the financials still had to be worked out, and that we're stuck on that part now still.
And at the end of the day, in order for them to build this stadium, because is it Stu Sternberg? What's his name?
Stu Sternberg.
Yeah, he's a very savvy and frugal man, and he wants what? How much is he committed? This is what is it? $6.5 billion? What is it?
No. The total project at the Gaslight District is $6.5 billion. The Rays Stadium aspect of that, I think, is a little over $1 billion.
Right.
Yeah.
And they committed to about half of that.
All right, so he's committed to about half. So basically, the county or the city is, they're in on half too. So they're in on $500,000.
$500 million.
$500 million. He's in on $500 million. What's the big deal?
I don't know.
I mean,
honestly,
that seems like a pretty damn good deal for me.
With the redevelopment of the whole area, the trop does add value to the project. I mean, having a Major League Baseball team there, when you're looking to get businesses and restaurants,
stakeholders,
and residents in that area, I imagine that the trop adds value. Well, whatever the new iteration of it would be, and the new stadium.
The other development then is the city directly benefits. I mean, the Rays or do the Rays enter into a profit sharing of all the infrastructure that they build around the stadium? Is that also a sticking point?
Yeah, there's probably a lot of that in there in terms of, that's deep in the contract that you would have to get into to see what extras they get out of that. Yeah. Moving forward into the future, how much money they get from it.
Is there anybody in the room that feels that the Stuenberg dude just wants out of here, and he can probably cut a better deal in Montreal, Charlotte, or Nashville, and he just wants the hell out of here?
He just wants a new stadium so he can sell the team.
Yeah, he wants, because he bought the team so cheap.
What did he buy the team for? I think $150 million.
It was pennies on the dollar versus what they could sell it for now.
I mean, it's probably $1 billion.
They could get over $1 billion now.
Most teams are $1 billion.
I think 250 sounds like the number, but that was. Yeah. I also think the number Vinnick paid for the Lightning.
Yeah, but
so I'm not sure.
Vinnick sold. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Vinnick sold his. I think up to half the team. That makes me sad because I think that
he bought it for $200 million.
200
in 2004.
It's worth like what, $1 billion now or something?
Something like that.
The Rays?
Yeah.
Yeah, 1.1. Well, actually, this is 1.85 billion. Somebody had said a year ago.
185?
Yeah.
From 200?
Yeah,
1.6 on the plus.
And he's got his foot in the door with MLB. So.
But I think that also requires,
a stadium.
That builds in the value of a new stadium. Yeah.
So listen, throwing out $500 million to build a new stadium and have that infrastructure so that you can sell your team is a pretty damn good investment, actually.
Well, he would. He wouldn't be paying out that $700 million up front. There would be loans involved, and
bonds,
whoever bought the franchise from him would be acquiring that debt.
Right.
Yeah, as part of the franchise.
When we return, the UnitedHealthcare CEO absolutely got gunned down, full-blown professional sniper style. The guy had a silencer on the back of it, on his gun, had a backpack and a bike. The CEO of UnitedHealthcare is walking out of his office or whatever in New York City. It looks like he might have been walking to maybe he had car service or.
I guess he was speaking at a conference.
Yeah, there was a shareholders conference in town, and
he was walking out of it, or he was.
No, he was in the hotel.
He was in the hotel, but it looked like he was walking out of the hotel.
Yeah,
yeah.
This story gets crazier. Did you hear the latest on it?
No.
The bullets were inscribed. The casings they've recovered from the bullets had words inscribed on them.
Well, you know what? Don't do the payoff now. We'll pay it off later.
Okay.
When we come back.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Supposed to pick on you, Bubba. He texted me last night. He's like, let's really go at him today.
No, he didn't. I'm not going to believe all your bullshit. Seth's my man. You know what? Deep down, Seth's my guy.
If you had to kill one of us.
If I had to kill one of you,
No, I'm asking Seth. This is Seth's Sophie's choice.
He probably would kill me.
This is Seth's choice.
Because you guys are baseball carded.
That changes hours. Yeah. That changes by the minute.
That changes by the segment.
Some Thursdays I'd kill Bubba, and some Thursdays I would really take my time killing Brian. You know,
and enjoy it. Yeah. You inscribe the bullets.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Brian and I were talking about that.
Get that article to be.
I got it ready to go.
Okay. You got it.
I've got it queued up. I mean, I don't have it to get to you to pull up. But
no, I don't need it. I just need you to have it.
Yeah.
He hates insurance companies too.
I'm Magamatroni, bitch.
That's right.
Magamatroni will fucking shame victims. I don't care. You're a victim of rape. I'm gonna shame you.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
This is fucking Magamatroni. If you can't take the heat. Moved out of the country with all the other lib snowflakes.
With Ellen.
You ditty rapists. If you can't take me, you're a ditty rapist.
You're probably on the Epstein list too.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I miss the old Brian. The loving, sensitive Brian. The father, the husband, the Holy Ghost. Sponjo, I got the dodgeball right here, buddy. If you just give me the word, I could hit baby.
Seth, I love you to death, but if it goes awry, it could be bad for our business.
I got a shot clear to his head.
Well, I sent you the article with the words on the bullet.
Well, let's practice. Let me do me a favor.
Yeah.
Go sit in Brian's chair. And just turn around the back of your head.
Okay.
Well, he can look.
No. I just want to see how accurate you are.
Okay.
So hold on. Let me see here. I'm trying to do that. Okay. So okay. So go ahead and hold on. You move over just a little bit because he would be moved over to the right. Yeah, right there. Now don't wing it 5,000 miles.
No. I was
just a
like
little
this.
lob. Just a little lob. See? I mean,
I didn't hit nothing.
I know. Kayfabe. Okay, Lenny.
Kayfabe and dodgeball toss?
You don't worry about what goes on here when you're not in here.
What are you doing?
He's throwing a dodgeball at me.
Brian,
this is the high-tech studio.
Brian, watch.
I'm not throwing it. I have not thrown anything.
Brian, you trying to break a TV?
Break your face.
You gonna threaten me because I don't want you to throw a dodgeball in here?
Did I leave the Celsius here? I must have.
Hey, let me ask you a question. With the way we look on TV, with the way we look, Brian, I need your input.
Yes, sir.
Got minute 50. With the way that we're looking on TV, don't you think that we should probably have TV monitors on this, on here too? Take the Aqua Beta thing out.
Well, are you gonna run into? Is this the same height and clearance?
Well, Big Red can fucking hook them up.
Yeah.
You know, and we don't use this as a bar that we sit down and have drinks at. It's a dead area that we need something going
The
on.
problem is when you host SPARP and host anything here.
Well, you want a TV screen
people,
here?
Like potentially, as long as you can take them down easily, because when you host SPARP, that's just asking for even that is dangerous.
Yeah, I know, but they're just gonna have to. We're just gonna have to.
I mean, I don't know what you're gonna do to protect them.
Might have to
Get some black foam.
maybe styrofoam or something.
Yeah, I don't know. Or there's probably not an easy way to get these down.
Thank you. God bless. No, there's not.
Shalom. Shalom.
When are you gonna start?
Well, we don't do
filling that
anything.
for us?
We don't really do anything in here for bar. We're trying to keep everybody out of here.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna have some junk wax under there for you. He's
gonna have some what?
He's using card terms to try to tickle my fancy.
Yeah, and it clearly tickled him.
Let's chew some of the gum from the 1987 Fleer packs and see who survives Barb.
So we do need to talk about the next break. I have those 4 boxes of premium stock left. If you don't want them, I'm gonna rip them. We're not gonna break them as part of the Blizzard break.
We'll talk about it.
Okay.
Because we can do that.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios. Aquabeto.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
A little schedule housekeeping, if we will. Today, after the show, the Blizzard will be taped. You'll get to watch that live if you're a member of either Locals or our YouTube channel. To join our YouTube channel, just go to our YouTube channel, which is at The Bubba Army, and become a member. Just hitting the join button. And so these podcasts that are just regular non-visual podcasts to tens of thousands of people, whether it's getting it through iHeart, Spotify, Google Play, Bubba Army HQ, or our YouTube channel. But if you're a member and you've joined our YouTube channel, then it becomes visual for you, and you can see the shovel face and the.
What are you gonna call me, Jew?
I was gonna say the cool Jewish man.
Yeah, I felt like that was coming.
He was trying to finesse how to get
the cool Jew.
Thank you. Yeah, that's me.
Shovel face and the cool Jew.
Cool Jew Kush is what they call me around town, man.
Cool Jew Kush.
Yeah.
So Brian, now the 16th, 17th.
Getting my calendar out?
Yes, if you could, please. Of course, mine's a black physical, the way you do it from the 80s where I actually write down. You probably have it electronically, of course.
Of course.
As most people do. But the 16th, the 17th.
Well, I'm already locked in for the 17th from 10 to 1.
Okay.
And the 18th from 10 to 1.
Perfect.
We've did this.
Okay. And then we're going to have a white elephant party 10 to 1 on Thursday. Is there any chance you could be part of that?
10 to 1. There's a chance.
And that's a $200 minimum for the president.
No, it's not. It's $50.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought we were changing it per tax bracket.
Let me, I don't even know.
It needs to be a certain percentage of your income.
I don't even know that 50, I think it's, maybe we should knock it down to 50's kind of.
I thought 50 was a lot, but I thought that
he already talked to Sammy about getting one less gift for Hanukkah. He's like, Hanukkah's only 7 nights this year.
Well, I thought about.
Well, we probably should knock it down to 20.
Yeah, you had it at 20, then you moved it up to 50.
No, let's keep it at 20.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to go higher,
how long are we doing this white elephant thing for? What is it on Thursday?
10-1.
A 3-hour white elephant, huh? We're really going to stretch it out.
Well, it's going to be a show with some fun mixed in, Brian.
Well, here's the deal. It's going to be nothing but a white elephant deal. And so if I got to think that it might take 90 minutes max.
What? Have you done? How many people are coming to this?
As many rich people as we can scrounge up.
We're gonna it's all of us here.
Yeah.
You.
Yeah.
And maybe Dan and Jay.
We're talking maybe an hour and 20 minutes.
There
tops.
you go. So you know what? If you're in your electronic calendar, put 10 to 11:30. I think you'd be covered.
I think so. I can't see how we could stretch a white elephant with 10 gifts out for 3 hours.
Perfect. Make it an hour and you're out. So that's the 19th. Then I'm back. Then we don't need you on the 20th because I'm here. I'm also going to be here on the 19th. And Lummy, I probably am going to be here on the 16th too.
Oh, okay.
Since Brian's going to be here on the 17th and 18th, those will be days that I will not be here. Because Brian, Brian.
Yeah, we got this. It'll just be a blizzard, a long 4 hours.
It'll be a blizzard. It'd be blizzard with a Rhett Lummy Mach kick-in.
You said 17th and 18th?
Yes.
Okay.
17th and 18th, you're hosting. Lummy's going to be here, and Brian's going to be here. Rhett and Macho Man. That's your line.
And we'll have special guests.
Well, unless you'd want to sprinkle in a Tuds. Or something like Seth. It's completely your call.
Yeah, I'm gonna reach out. I'm gonna reach out to former members of the BRN and see if they want to come in.
No, that's not gonna. No,
you're like 25. I can't have him in.
You could.
Okay,
you could. I mean, I'd need you to present me a list of potential former employees you'd like to have.
I was kind of joking, but
I was going to say, why are you letting him book the show, bro?
He's booking former employees.
Let's do this. For the 17th and 18th.
I'm just going to invite Tuttle and the pigmentation guys. I mean,
for the 17th and 18th, it's Seth sits where I sit, Lummy, Brian. Now you guys got 2 slots open. Of course, Mach and Rhett are over there. You have 2 slots open. Let's not get crazy. I think you guys could do a good show just in just yourself.
I think we're good. I was half joking about 95% joking about reaching out. I don't think anybody would come in.
I think the only one that I would feel comfortable with would be Tuttle. Just because he's part of the mix anyway. So if this is Seth's call though, if Seth would want Tuttle, so be it. Or Colton. But those are the only 2 that I would really, really feel comfortable with him running the show. And, but you're going to try to end up taking over the show. I do realize that.
Who, Seth?
You.
Me? No.
So, okay.
My name's not Dan.
Seth Kushner and friends, 17th and 18th. Lummy, I'll be here on the 16th, and I'll be here on the 19th and 20th.
Perfect.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. And then we're off the 23rd. Clear till the 2nd with potential, pop-up shows or things like that. I'm going to try to get Rhett and Macho Man. I think Rhett and Macho Man might be able to turn me on remotely. Like if I wanted to come here and do a YouTube show.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
I think they can turn me on remotely. I can call Macho Man. I'm in the studio. Can you turn me on live on YouTube right now? After I do this last set of back extensions,
I'll be up for some stuff if you are looking to do something.
Sure.
'Cause I get bored over vacation.
I know you do.
I don't think I'm going anywhere.
There's only so much of your family you can put up with.
Well, I like to work. I mean, it gives you a sense of purpose.
Britney Spears says that she is not, however, she's 5.
Yeah, she's 5 now.
And she's going to kindergarten.
Yep.
Is what Britney Spears says. Now, I think this might be her is this her bikini?
I'm not really sure why the paparazzi have me going on a plane looking like I'm wearing a Jason mask. It doesn't even look like me. I don't know why I have a torch in my hand, honestly. I think my friend accidentally gave that to me. But anyways, it's my birthday. I'm not turning.
It's my birthday.
42. I'm turning 5 this year. I'm turning 5 years old, and I have to.
Now, first of all, Rat, Seth, those that bust my balls, is this AI?
No.
Or is this real?
No, this is real.
Okay.
This is real.
And I'm guaranteeing you right now.
I wanted to hold on. I wanted because if I bring that up,
this is real. The brandy.
No, hold on. If I bring it up, then Lummy, I didn't get bamboozled because I brought it up.
Correct.
So that you got to give me one there. But your guys are saying that, no, this is not AI. This is just crazy bitch running wild.
Nothing F's like crazy. I guarantee you she'd break one off.
Oh, can you imagine?
Oh, my goodness. She is bat S. And
if you can control that.
Just for 20 minutes? Yeah, 30 minutes.
It's the best sex you could ever think about having.
But then get away.
Yeah, I mean,
she'll praying mantis you.
Doesn't the praying mantis, after having sex with the male, eat it?
Yeah. Eats his head off.
This bitch will give you the praying mantis, but for that 22 minutes, Brian,
she's gonna force you to cuddle at gunpoint.
It's an e-ticket ride on Space Mountain, is it not?
Space Mountain, yeah. Whatever, King Dakar, whatever the most incredible roller coaster.
Whatever the most incredible roller coaster in the world is. Yeah. This would this be? You know, the talk.
Some non-licensed one in a church parking lot in Tennessee. Those are the crazy ones.
Yeah. The one that folds
put
up
together by a meth head.
Yeah, that folds together in a semi.
Yeah, the one they leave the throw up on.
He's in Nashville one weekend and Murfreesville the next weekend.
That's right. He doesn't know how it got set up, but he's
everything's
there.
hung on by just a weak cotter pin.
Yes.
Yeah. Your life is dependent on a 5-pound cotter pin. But boy, if you could wrangle this up for a session.
Whew.
Oh my God.
I'm not turning 42. I'm turning 5 this year.
Okay.
I'm turning 5 years old. Okay. And I have to go to kindergarten tomorrow. Baby strawberry, a very, very cute baby cake that my friend, it really kind of hurts my feelings that the paparazzi make my face look like I'm wearing like a white Jason mask. It doesn't even look like me. They've always been.
Boy, those Marlboro Lights are really having an effect on that.
Well, she's doing a voice. I don't know what's. This is disturbing.
Yeah, it is a little weird. It kind of makes me want to revisit the whole take her for a ride.
And then she's telling him she's 5.
Yeah, that'd be
a little creepy.
Yeah.
I mean, but she's clearly not 5.
Daddy, I want you to blast me, but I'm 5.
Yeah.
Ooh, that kind of hurts my boner a little bit.
Yeah. It'd be a challenge.
Yeah.
They've illustrated
5. Listen, you got me completely. I am soft now. I was rock hard thinking I was going to blast the Britney Spears crazy as a loon, and now you're referring to a 5-year-old.
Can you help me out and at least say you're 13?
My God, at least 18, please. I mean, you're 17 and this is your 18th birthday. Can we play that game? You're 17 yesterday, but today you're 18. Woo! I'm hard as a rock, Ric Flair style.
To be in some of it.
Not 5. I'm going to prison. Here's a fine line between hot sex and prison.
Is there a reason? Did you guys see there was a reason why her parents had her under? Was it a conservatorship or something?
Right here. There's a reason. This is the way the bitch rolls around. Crazy.
But has she wasted all of her money? That's the question. Because that's the only real reason for a conservatorship. It's not because you're nuts. It's because you're afraid they're going to waste through all their cash.
I think her dad, has like $50 million.
Well, I think she's out from under that, but she got paid with that residency.
But some of it is
she's worth $60 million.
But she's laughing now. She realized she's joking. It's all in good fun.
Let's see.
They've illustrated me.
If that's what you need to tell yourself, Brian, no problem.
To be in some of it, I know I'm not perfect at all by any means, but some of it is extremely mean and cruel. And that's why I've moved to Mexico.
So she says she's moved to Mexico. Yeah. And I'll not forget Ellen DeGeneres and Portia Del Rossi. They've already moved to the UK.
Well, Britney Spears moved because of paparazzi.
To Mexico?
Yeah, so she was
Is Mexico, now hold on, now I know UK is safe, but is Mexico necessarily the safest place to move? And when the cartel figures out that that's Britney Spears' house,
Cabo San Lucas they have the military there.
Yeah, you can have we have the military. They have the military in New York, and the CEO of UnitedHealthcare got gunned down. So.
Yeah, I know, but the cartel in certain spots in Mexico.
There's an agreement that they don't mess with certain parts. Now,
because the government lets them kind of do what they want to do around 90% of the country, they leave 10% of that part alone.
But when the cartel and the government, Los Federales, start going at each other, all of a sudden, a couple tourist heads fall in Cozumel.
Yeah,
cartel picks off a couple just to show the government that they're for real in their negotiations.
Yeah,
and then the government's like, oh man, two people from Arizona got picked off, deheaded. Looks like they're really they mean some business. We better go back to the negotiation table in good faith.
Yep.
Right?
That's the way they handle business there in Mexico.
It's usually a beheading before we go to the negotiating table, usually. This is yesterday's footage that we show. Brian didn't see it. This is her little itsy bitsy teeny weeny
bikini,
yellow bikini. How old is she really? 43.
So she's my age and Seth's age.
So look at this. Yeah, and there's no audio.
There's no audio.
There's just this.
It's probably for the best.
It's just this.
It's probably just music.
I mean, I think that she's just bored and she just goes out and acts like a slut all day, only to herself. Like, I don't think that, like, it's one thing to be slutty when your man's there. And it's one thing to be slutty, for your man, the video that you're sending him, but just to be slutty because you're bored? Maybe she's doing it for, we all watched it. By the way, Dan mentioned yesterday, Brian, that these are two areas where they do when you do lipo.
Yeah.
And he thinks that these are lipo scars that were potentially covered up with.
Well, she has a C-section scar through there, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty clear.
I think she just really enjoys dancing. She did it for a living, and I think that she just likes to move her body. Oh, like that.
Yeah, she does. Yes, she likes to move her body.
A true artist.
Yes, she does. So, UnitedHealthcare CEO, the assassin, believed to have left a message at the scene on the bullet casings, the report that Brian's going to tell you. Here's the footage of it. And I've been now told by one of my sources that he was actually walking to the convention.
Yes, he was going to give a speech.
I don't know if he had just gotten out of one of these, this looks like a car service kind of deal. I'm sure he's got, what do you make? 900, what's he make? $9 million. $9 million a year?
Yeah.
If you make $9 million a year, you probably got a big lunkhead driving around in a Suburban with a security detail.
I don't think he had security. I think that's what people are saying, that they can't believe a guy who makes $9 million a year doesn't have security.
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh,
now look at this. Now this is.
It's like a video game.
We're so desensitized that we can just watch people getting murdered now, and it's.
Hold on, Aaron. Now, and check this. Not only are we so desensitized, but this looks like a pro job. Like,
he doesn't care about the witness that's over in the corner either.
He definitely comes off like a guy who's done it before.
Right, he does.
But they're saying he's not a pro because they're saying that he shot him in the calf, and they're saying that if he was a pro, he would have shot him in the head. They're also saying that if he was a pro, then he wouldn't have gotten on a bike, but he got away, so...
Well, he's at large right now.
Yeah.
That he's not apprehended. So, and he's got a silencer.
In the most camera-up city in the world.
Right.
He's still at large.
Right.
So that's pretty... pro job there.
And this is Manhattan. This isn't
Midtown.
This isn't the Bronx.
Isn't that the best place to get lost in, though?
Well, Midtown Manhattan.
No, that's Yonkers.
Midtown Manhattan is like right where Times Square is. It is the epicenter of the tourism industry of New York, and stuff like this just doesn't happen. You can't even have a handgun in the city. In the city. You cannot have a handgun. And Ronnie, the limo driver, has a handgun. But in order to get that, you have to literally know a politician or a city commissioner or the chief of police. It is very, very, and you have to be a celebrity. Like, it's tough to get a handgun permit in Manhattan. This guy not only I'm sure he doesn't have a permit, but this gun has a silencer on it, and has because we don't know who it is.
Yeah.
We don't know why he killed him. Right?
Correct.
Defend, deny, depose.
That's what
the bullet's casings had etched into it.
Did he
deny, depose, defend? Now, the UnitedHealthcare CEO was under a DOJ investigation for a huge insider trading scandal. And was being investigated criminally. So this could be linked to that.
Now, is that the calf? He must have got him in the calf there.
Yep.
Because the CEO kind of does a hop, step, Willie here. Ready? Look, boom, okay. And then I think shoots him, 3 more times? And does he shoot him? as you can see. Well, but I don't know if we're going to show this on screen or not.
Well, you don't see any blood, so
true.
You just see the guy fall down, and he just trips over his own feet.
That's Rhett's call.
He got a Charlie horse.
And so then the guy gets away on a bike.
An e-bike, yeah.
An e-bike.
So clearly he's a liberal.
Doesn't get into a gasoline-powered deal.
No, I would have taken a gasoline-powered bike. I would have been on a Harley out of there so fast. American-made. So then they take they get to the scene. You know, they take the UnitedHealthcare CEO to the hospital. They probably could have saved him, but his claim got denied by UnitedHealth.
I don't mean to laugh.
It's all right.
You had too big of a deductible,
Bubba. There's really
sorry, your deductible's maxed out. You know, first of the year it resets. What's that, Seth?
I haven't seen one person shed a tear. Everybody seems to be very, very happy.
I'm not happy that
this
he's
happened,
dead, but
here's
a lot of people have been rejected. And
here's some pictures of the guy.
He was in Starbucks before.
Yeah, he bought a bottle of water and 2 energy bars.
Yeah, those energy bars, man.
God, I wouldn't have an appetite when I was about to kill somebody, but that's just me.
People thinking, isn't it a little weird they're only offering $10,000 for information?
That's the amount of the award?
Yeah.
His family must not love him.
It said the culprit.
He makes $9 million a year, and they're offering $10,000.
Exactly. The culprit fires off several shots, and at one point the gun appeared to jam. The assailant then appears to smack the gun on the side while walking towards the victim who is attempting to get away.
Now, that can happen with a silencer, right, Bubba? They jam up way more.
I don't. You know what?
I have heard that, but
I've never shot. I may have shot a gun with a silencer a time or two, but not enough to know the idiosyncrasies of jamming or anything like that. Oh, I know. I mean, it does. They are unbelievable. If you get, obviously there's different qualities of silencers, but if you get a really, really, really good one. Now, really, here's the thing, though. In order to own a silencer, you wouldn't believe the amount of red tape you got to go through with the ATF. The ATF actually comes to your house.
Harold Bean, $20. Seth is a nasty.
Seth is a nasty. And you have to get what they call a doc stamp. The silencer that you get a doc stamp for.
So apparently it doesn't have anything to do with jamming it.
No, it has nothing to do. But here's the deal. So, and you know what? You just can't have a silencer that you screw on any gun. The silencer, if you're correctly and properly owning one, you have an ATF doc stamp, and it's renewable yearly, and it's only for one gun. Meaning, like, you just can't screw it off this gun and put it on another gun. It's gun specific. So, and they like investigate you, fingerprint you every year, going through your entire gun collection, the whole night. You really have to cross your T's and dot your I's and actually have a meeting with an ATF agent in order to legally own and possess a silencer. At one point, the gun appeared to jam. The assailant then appears to smack the gun on the side while walking toward the victim who's attempting to get away. Following the shooting, the suspect walked between 2 vehicles, got on a bike, then disappeared into Central Park. It was previously reported that the suspect used a city bike, which can be tracked, but the NYPD has clarified that the incident did not involve that type of bike. So that's him getting on the bike. Investigators hope accompanying evidence left behind will help them identify, including a cell phone discovered in an alleyway near the hotel where the shooting occurred, as well as a cup in the trash at a nearby Starbucks. So, Brian, would they maybe go
DNA.
in, get the cup?
Yep.
Because he lipped it.
Yep.
If it hadn't been contaminated, like if somebody didn't throw, a bunch of other, because it could get easily contaminated.
Well, I mean, but you can definitely get it down to like 10 people's DNA in a garbage can. I mean, it's not like there's going to be a ton of DNA on it at 5 o'clock in the morning from a Starbucks.
Hello.
Or 6 o'clock.
Hey, how you doing, Bubba? Hey, in New York, suppressors are illegal, totally illegal. You can't even own one. And the process really isn't that hard. to get one if you live in a state where you can own one.
All right, so let me
with an ATF agent.
Let me ask you a question
Sure, go
for
ahead.
like Florida, where you can legally own one if you go through the proper procedures. Maybe I'm a little confused as to what the procedures are.
It's pretty easy.
Can you tell? Can you walk us through it? Go ahead.
Absolutely. So in the state of Florida, all you have to do is fill out a form, pay $200 for a tax stamp, which is just the government tax, to have a suppressor or a short barrel rifle or anything. That goes to the ATF. You send all that paperwork in. You also give a copy to your chief law enforcement officer in the county where you live. So Chad Chronister or Pinellas, it would be that idiot Bob Gualtieri.
Well, hold on. I don't want your personal opinion of Bob to be.
I'm sorry about that.
He's a friend of mine. He's a friend of mine. No, don't. You're not going to be calling friends of mine idiots. So take that part back. We can continue on. Thank you.
Me. You're allowed to call me an idiot, sir.
Anyway, go ahead.
No problem. Won't happen again. But yeah, you just give a copy of the Form 4 to your chief.
Isn't the silencer gun specific? Like you can't interchange it with other guns? Like it's only,
No, that's a little bit different. So it's a suppressor, not a silencer, because it definitely doesn't make it. It doesn't make it silent. You're still going to hear a report of the gun when you fire it. It's just going to be suppressed.
So can I ask you a question? Are all of these pieces called suppressors, and there really are no thing with the society has just deemed them silencers, but realistically there isn't a silencer. They're all called suppressors.
That is correct. It's kind of like an AR rifle is not called an automatic rifle. You know how people associate that with AR as automatic rifle. That's not what it stands for.
Or assault.
Yeah. Or assault rifle, exactly.
Right. That's where people say AR-15s are assault. No, the A doesn't. I don't think it stands for assault, does it?
No, it doesn't. It stands for Armalite rifle by the guy who developed it, a guy named Eugene Stoner.
So now, with regards to suppressors, are there different levels of quality suppressors? Like a cheap one,
absolutely,
can quell it, so many dBs, but the most expensive one that you could buy can really, 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 really suppress it. Do they have different levels of quality on that?
Yeah, there are. It depends on how many baffles are on the inside and those kind of things, but it really doesn't go by the cost of the suppressor. It goes more by the quality of the suppressor that's made. And, there's many different companies that make them. I own 4 of them myself. So,
and what are the ranges? Are they all 4 the same, or do they range in prices? And what's the difference of the 4?
Well, one of them goes on a short barrel rifle that's a 300 blackout rifle. It'll also suppress 7.62 by 5.1, which is a little bit larger caliber round. I have one for a 223 5.56, which is your AR style rifle.
How much? How much does a suppressor really, like that? A 223 5.56, which is a very nice lethal gun, very nice gun to own, but a very loud gun to shoot. How much does it suppress it? Half?
Oh, that's really difficult to say, but it suppresses it enough to where you do not have to wear earmuffs or earplugs when you're shooting it, because
let me $20 from Lloyd Wells, which I think might be new money on the PayPal deal. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, Bubba Army. Thank you, Lloyd.
You can also 3D print suppressors, too.
Now, let me ask you a question, sir. Let me ask you a question. If you were to take a gun like a 22, which doesn't really make that much noise to begin with, and you were to get a very, very, very expensive suppressor, a very, very well-made one that really suppressed it a lot, would it literally, like the way the movies depict it? Now, I know a lot of people, the movies make it depict where, like,
Brother, make it whisper quiet. That's why there's a round called 22 whisper. It'll make it whisper quiet. No
and
joke.
Realistically, realistically, what people don't realize is, I think the 22, which is a small caliber gun, which is a small caliber round, is really, I think, the more people are killed with 22s in America than I think anything else.
I'm not sure about that, but I can tell you this: the smaller caliber and the subsonic rounds, the ones that are not breaking the speed of sound when they leave the barrel of the rifle or the pistol, those are even quieter when they're suppressed. And listen, I'll send you a message. Let's get together. We'll go to the range, and I'll let you shoot some suppressed rifles and pistols.
That'd be great. I can maybe videotape it and make it some content.
I'll message you.
Now, let me ask you a question. Can law enforcement have suppressors? Are they allowed to have them?
Yes, but that's all agency specific. So, like, the chief of police or the sheriff, they would have to authorize that as part of extra equipment for the officer or deputy.
Well, it'd probably be maybe some of their SWAT units or some of their really high end, really high level.
You'd be surprised. Just a regular patrol deputy or patrol officer might have an AR in their trunk or in the back of their SUV, and they might have authorization to have a suppressor.
Now, with regards to your knowledge of the various
they're very rare, Bubba. Very rare that an agency they're very rare that an agency would allow that.
Well, it's also very, very expensive. And so let me ask you a question. With all the agencies that I seem like you're local and you're familiar with. Familiar with Chad. You're familiar with Bob and Grady. What agency do you think has the baddest armament as far as as most well equipped with the coolest stuff?
Well, I'll tell you, you can see them at the SWAT roundup every year over in Orlando. They have up armored vehicles and stuff over there. One of the best SWAT teams in the whole entire nation, believe it or not, is Lakeland Police Department. They are well trained, well equipped, and it's just little old Lakeland, Florida. No joke.
Really?
Yes.
That's good to know.
They are one of the best SWAT teams in the whole entire country.
That's good to know, and thank you for your insight. Let me get just message the show, okay? Tell me that you're.
I will,
and we'll be in touch. I appreciate your insight on the deal. Thank you, sir.
I'll do it later today.
Bye now. Thanks.
But you can get a 3D printed suppressor. Maybe make a couple.
No,
they're legal. It's not illegal.
I don't want any part of that.
Could you put one on my Amazon wish list, Lummy?
Yes.
Thank you.
What do you mean you can You can't, Lummy.
I can 3D print.
I know what I'm bringing to the White Elephant now.
3D printed up silencer. that Dan's
suppressor, please. There's no such thing as a silencer. You're really pissing off the gun people, Bubba. Stop using the wrong nomenclature, damn it.
That Dan's going to absolutely come unglued if he doesn't win.
He wants a gold one, though.
Yeah. Investigators hope every accompanying evidence left behind will identify him, including the cell. Now, if you're the shooter here, wouldn't you be smart enough not to leave that cup?
Well, how do they? I mean, unless he's been arrested before, they wouldn't have his DNA, right?
Well, 23andMe.
Yeah.
What the? But what are you saying? Yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying.
They're going to say that's 23andMe. They're going to say, yeah, the guy's half African. It's not going to tell you where he's located.
No, but I mean, his DNA will. They have it. If you've gone to 23andMe, they have your DNA.
Okay, so we're banking that this guy went. We're banking that this guy.
No, but I mean, if
want
the guy
to know his roots.
I mean, if they,
they've got. There's a chance they have your DNA in the system.
Okay, I mean, but I'm also guessing
fingerprints.
I'm also guessing a cell phone that he threw away is probably a burner phone. I doubt he took his iPhone that he's had for 12 years and decided to throw it away that day.
Fingerprints lifted from that potentially. I didn't see in the video he did not have gloves on when he shot the guy. So there's a chance that he wasn't wearing gloves the whole time. Although it was pretty cold in New York, I'd be probably wearing. Well, I guess you want to handle the gun properly, so no gloves.
I don't know, man. What if they never find him?
Then they never find him. Then it's a real whodunit.
No one gets that 10,000.
Hello.
Hey, Bubba. It's Jeff, the one you met at the gathering. His wife
Yeah,
works for a certain 3-letter agency.
Yeah, exactly. Hi, Jeff. Go ahead. I'm very familiar with you.
How are you?
Good, buddy.
Yeah, everything that guy said, he was right on the money. I mean, right on the money. That's basically everything he said I was going to tell you. Yeah, but if you look at the way that posture of that guy, I know people want to say it's a professional hit, but
I think the guy was a rookie, and I mean, it shouldn't take. I'm not trying to advocate what he did, but it doesn't look like a pro hit job at all. It looks like a guy who got one of his claims turned down.
Yeah, let's say his wife died of cancer because they wouldn't pay for treatment that she needed that should have been covered. And
just look at his position. Look at the way his behavior. There's a lot of anger involved there. A lot of anger. And down at the guy like he's going to plug him one more time, but
if it was a professional hit, he shoots him in the head and walks away.
First of all, if it's a professional hit, he gets right behind the guy, blasts him right in the back, picks up the shell casing, and maybe hits him twice. Boom, boom. Picks up the shell casings. Doesn't leave the shell casings there, and you're out.
He did take he didn't leave the shell casings.
I thought Brian said
they found 3 that said defend, depose, deny.
Yes.
So I mean, you pick up the shell.
That's a fact.
Yeah. So
that's an absolute fact.
Yeah. I hope they catch the guy. I hope they do. This is the last thing that we need in our country is for CEOs to get picked off, based on people, not being happy with.
Really, it seems like people are saying this is just what we need. If you read the comments, Sponge, I mean that's what everybody seems on board.
Okay, well, where does it earlier about cartel hits?
Yeah.
And I was going to tell you, I was telling Brian a little bit about that story with that giant coke load I caught. And they took the driver of the tanker truck that I caught, made him sit there bound up, took his wife and his daughter, blew them away in the trunk of a car, and then held him on the ground and drove a crowbar through his head and filmed the whole thing.
Yeah,
they're reasonable people.
Yeah, they absolutely, God. The mindset of these people,
they're
makes
animals.
you want to vomit.
Yeah, they're animals.
They are the absolute animals.
Appreciate your call, my friend. Tell your wife with the 3 initials we love her.
You guys take care. Love you guys.
Thank you, buddy.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Ones that had it, yeah.
Brian's right.
Whoa.
Well, we don't know. It's all speculation. I'm going off of reports as well.
I'm going off reports.
I mean, that's very specific shit, though.
Oh, I know, but I got one that says he picked up the shows and that's from the live.
The deny is interesting. Like you deny a claim.
Well, it's from a book in 2010.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
I didn't read that part.
What did it say, Lummy?
It's from that message is from a book in 2010 condemning the insurance business.
What message?
Deny, depose, defend. Because what they essentially said was you deny the claims, you get deposed, and you keep defending the.
You deny, you go to court and fucking.
Yeah. I guess.
I'm hearing that it looked like he was trained by the military or a Marine.
Yeah. So it's actually deny, defend, depose. So you deny the claims, you defend that decision, and then.
Then you depose them and run them through the court system.
Yep.
Which kills a person, usually.
Yep. I mean, look, I'm not saying the guy should die, but I do think there needs to be more corporate accountability.
Do you think he was trying to kill, or do you think he wanted him to fucking,
he wanted to inflict pain, and he wanted to send a message, clearly.
Because I think if that guy was just even hurt and he had to go through the fucking medical system and he knew that guy shot him because of him being a CEO, I don't know. Fuck it.
Seth's pretty torn up about this. He doesn't want to see CEOs getting dropped.
He gets in an argument with himself though half the time.
And then he just gave up on it. He's like, I don't
know.
Then
he just walks away disgusted at the whole fucking thing.
And
when it's him that brought it up.
I don't know. Oh.
The blizzard, ladies and gentlemen.
Today, a new episode will drop With this chilly weather we have piercing through America, it's time for.
I had my windows wide open last night. How about you?
Costa yeah, it felt amazing. Won't be that way tonight.
My bedroom. Why? Is it going to be even worse?
No, it's going to be a little warmer. I think it's only going to get down in the.
I'm going to have to turn my air on.
Yeah.
It's not getting a lot warmer.
No, but it's not going to be in the 40s.
No, it's going up in the 50s.
Thank you, Lloyd Wells, Bob
50s
Cook,
is
Jennifer
weather.
Henderson.
Weather.
Love you guys.
Like tonight is tomorrow's high 66, low 45. Saturday 67, 52. Sunday starts and Monday you can't do it anymore, and Tuesday. But then Wednesday there's another cold front moving through, and then we're back down to 65, 50 next Thursday. So you're only going to have 2 days of maybe 3 days of no window weather. What do you think, Lummy? Do you think CEOs deserve to die?
Lummy, did you get the George Crosby?
Yes, I did. And the Nick and MCD.
Lummy, do you think CEOs deserve to die when they're dirty?
When they're dirty?
Mm-hmm.
I'm the CEO of this place. It looks like I'm going to get fucking killed.
Babyface is going for it.
Not really. I don't have the time to.
Thank you, Julie Caldwell.
Have Bubba off.
Oh, that's nice. What's up, John Costica?
John Costica's the man. Rugged man from Valparaiso. He's back.
I tell you what, that jet fuel could really ruin a nice morning.
I'm getting chemtrails, sick, cuz.
Oh, you went out there to pee and you got the fumes?
The fumes
Joe
are
Ma,
coming through.
$20.
Fumes are coming through the door.
Oh no.
So strong.
Smooth moves, Seth, on the boxers. Hilarious. Merry Christmas to all you guys. You guys make my day. Outside of this show, Brian and Seth's podcast rocks. Well, thank you, sir. You clearly, Joe Mott, are a man of refined taste and sophistication.
Or a woman.
Oh, yeah, good point.
Or a woman of sophistication.
Or a non-binary, non-conforming genderist.
Which we accept on the Blizzard.
Absolutely, on the Blizzard. That's
The less,
half our audience.
the less defined you are, the better.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Actually, Alex Stein sent this to me last night while I was getting ready to go to bed. And boy, it goes right, and then it's exploded. I think you guys sent it to me in prep.
Yeah.
But now I think is this a Senate or Congress like judiciary hearing or something like that? Like, Brian, what do they call in these kind of when Capitol Hill gets various congressmen and senators and they bring?
Yeah, it's a hearing on something depending on the agent. You know what committee they're on. And it's a Senate hearing committee.
Airlines like Spirit and Frontier pay their gate agents $26 million to harass customers whose bags were too big. How many of you have suffered at the hands of these greedy airlines? Now, Brian, I know that when you're not on the show, you do listen. You're probably one of the best at that. And you heard the nightmare that I went through with with Erica. Flying back from Indianapolis to Tampa.
Well, I saw I saw it play out on social media. I have not been able to listen to the shows this week. My daughter's been sick, and I've been caring for her.
She okay?
Yeah, she's gonna be fine.
Okay?
She's gonna be fine. She just
I
got
heard
really
somebody
bad.
said COVID was running around.
I don't know
again.
if it's COVID or what, but
it's a Chinese flu.
It's not COVID. It's just like an upper respiratory thing.
Yeah,
but it definitely is going around.
She had a really bad fever.
Everybody just wants to throw COVID in there. Like you could literally just have a cold with a respiratory kicker, and they it's COVID. It's a new strain of COVID. It's going to get her.
Brian, Bubba was the Rosa Parks for white people on this plane. He stood in the face of racism and said,
and I told Merch Crick, I kick myself in the ass now that I didn't just step aside and videotape what this gate agent was doing to Erica as people were rolling through to get on the plane, giving the gate agent their phone because that's where their digital ticket's at, and it going ding, and then them going on, and them having virtually the same configuration, and in some instances more. Most people had roll-on, like suitcases on rollers, those that the handles collapse and you put above the overhead compartment. Mm-hmm. Most people had those, and then like a purse. Merch Crick had a backpack and a purse.
Well, it's a carry-on and a personal item.
And, regardless of what Allegiant rules are or whatever they said, clearly we were targeted.
Do you fly Allegiant, Brian, or are they off your list?
I mean, regardless of the rules doesn't mean you're targeted, but we can revisit that. I try to avoid the major discount carriers, Frontier, Allegiant, Spirit.
I'm going to start.
Unless it's the only direct flight to where I'm going, or the price is at least half of what the other reputable airlines would be.
So we're getting on a plane Sunday morning, 6 a.m. Indianapolis. And you guys have already heard the story. I have my little tactical bag, Lummy, which I keep my wallet, my phone, and stuff in, kind of draped over one of my shoulders. And then I have my Bubba Army backpack, which, by the way, man, if you guys, if the Bubba Army out there has not bought these backpacks, they're the best. They are so. I think they're 40. They're a $70 backpack that we're selling for I think 40 or so. But anyway, I got my Bubba Army backpack full of all my clothes and stuff like that. Because we travel so light, if we're just going to be there for 2 days, I don't need I have a no check-in bag policy. I always have. And so this one, I
can't wait when we land. I got to get to where I'm going. I'm a busy man.
I should have. She tells me
he was taking the Warsaw loss hard, Brian, and took it out on her.
I know what happened.
I'm arguing for her, so she goes to Erica and says, "Well, you can't take that purse on. You need to empty your purse out and put all of its contents, including the purse, inside of your backpack."
Now, had you paid for a carry-on?
No.
Okay.
No, and nobody did.
Nobody on the whole plane paid for a carry-on?
If you had paid for a carry-on, they give you a tag that you put on what you're declaring your carry-on.
Okay.
And nobody has tags, and there are women that have
Sometimes it's on the ticket though. Do they definitely tag every flight there?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what I was told.
Okay.
So everybody's getting on the plane. This woman's got a dog and a carry-on and a purse. This other dude's got a backpack and a rolling luggage gimmick, and all these people are rolling in. And Erica's got a backpack and a purse.
When did she say you're the white devil?
She never.
Okay.
So I start saying, "Ma'am, all of these people that have boarded the plane before us, and the people that are in line behind us, as you are holding us up here, they all have the same configuration we do." And she goes, "You don't know what they paid." And I'm like, okay, well, this seems because we've flown now 3 legs. This is our 4th leg. We did twice last week.
Like a triathlon.
And the rest of the passengers were black or Hispanic, right?
A lot were.
All of them.
A lot were.
Leaving Indianapolis on a Sunday.
And so she tells me to shut up and to go in and secure our 2 seats because Merch Crick's going to need the time, basically telling me to go down there and secure your 2 seats or you may not have any overhead compartment storage left. And so I made the biggest mistake, Lummy. I should have got my phone out. It's on me. I'm an idiot. I should have got my phone out, and I should have started recording this whole ordeal because I feel all of this was because Erica had a nice purse
and nice jugs
and was white.
Was the cleavage kicking that day, or was she modest?
Hell no. She was. She wears 46 layers of turtlenecks because she's so cold-blooded. Her jacket that the Merch Quick wears is got wire heaters in it. She's got a hot wired jacket.
Okay, well, she sounds like some sort of terrorist bomber now, Bubba.
Yeah, well, anyway.
With the wired up. Brian, do you sense that Bubba was wronged because Merch Crick is white?
I don't think that's the case. I think Bubba was wrong because, well, they may not have been wronged.
Have you seen? Have you seen the piece I'm going to play?
The Josh Hawley thing?
Have you seen this piece that
I know how airlines are. I know what they do.
Have you seen this piece?
I haven't watched him talk.
This came from yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a hearing about how there was 3 CEOs, Delta, Spirit, and Frontier, and it was a hearing about how the airlines are jacking up prices.
How the airlines are absolutely screwing with the consumers. So, Brian, before you bury me, and
I'm not trying to bury you. I'm being fair.
And I'm wrong, and the whole 9 yards.
Didn't say that.
Will you watch this?
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, how much have you paid people to pull out customers who are in line with a bag that's 2 centimeters too big, Mr. Schroeder?
Well, we recognize this is a hard job, and so.
By the way, this is yesterday. This isn't some file footage that we found from 2 years ago to solidify my argument. This is from yesterday. Right, Lummy?
Yes, it is.
Yesterday. By the way, Merch Crick's not white. She's Spanish.
That's right.
Oh.
Recognize this is a hard job, and so therefore we incentivize them to do that.
How much?
It's $10 per bag.
Wow, $10 per bag. And I think, Mr. Klein, you and Mr.
So, he just testified, Brian, that they're on an incentive. They're on an incentive deal.
Yeah, they incentivize people to catch so that they are extra diligent and probably overboard, because if they can get 3 people a flight, that's 30 extra bucks a flight. If they're moving out 10 flights a day, that's $300.
Oh, they're going to give you some numbers here, buddy.
Schroeder, your airlines cumulatively have spent $26 million paying gate agents between 2022 and 2023.
For 1 year, the airline industry paid out $26 million to gate agents.
When's the last time this guy was on Frontier?
To catch passengers whose bags are a little bit too big. $26 million. I mean, if people want to know why it's such a terrible experience to fly, this is news for them today. Your airlines are paying millions of dollars to your employees to harass people who've already paid.
Well, I will say this. I understand what Senator Hawley's saying, and I agree with his sentiment.
As you should, Magnum-Matroni.
When you get airfares for as low as $19, you have to understand that the airline is looking to make money off of you in other ways.
There's got to be some give and take there.
There's got to be some give and take.
Brian.
Yes, sir.
When you get that airfare for $19,
right?
It's $34 to pick a seat.
If you're choosing to, most of these people who are doing this are not.
Even 15, even the low even just to pick a middle seat is $15.
You don't have to pick any seat. Yeah. You get assigned.
No, then it's $15.
$15 extra to not pick a seat?
Yes.
What?
To let them pick it for you, which will be a middle, is every seat is at least $15. And we paid.
But you don't have, what I'm trying to explain to you is you don't have to click to pick one in advance.
Yes, you do, Brian. Yes, you do.
Allegiant, there's options.
Brian,
so if you want to sit 4, there's 30, but you have to fit 15.
Brian, if you want to sit in the very back seat in the middle row,
it's the cheapest seat.
It's $15.
If they have an outline.
I didn't know Allegiant did this.
Yes.
They have an outline of an airplane.
I've never flown Allegiant.
All right, well, I have.
You're a breeze man, aren't you?
And I would love for your support here instead of constantly just trying to shove it up my ass.
I'm not trying to shove it up your ass.
I've flown it 4 times in the last 2 weeks. I'm a goddamn expert at
Brian,
Allegiant.
You still have to pay for an upgrade seat, but you still have to pay the $15. You pick your seat no matter what.
So now hold on, Brian.
I'm booking a flight right now.
Brian,
yes, sir.
I picked row 4, which was a $34 upgrade.
Okay.
So I've already been they've already knick-knacked me. And then it was early check-in was a little something. And the whole 9 yards.
You don't have to do those things. You understand that, right?
I know that.
You have to pay for a seat, but you have to pay for a seat.
You do.
Yes.
That's insane.
Yes. Brian, if you want to sit in the middle seat in row 32, which is the back seat by the lavatory, it's $15.
Yes.
If you want to sit in the very first 4 rows, it's between $34 and $54. And then it goes accordingly.
They're there in line because they've already paid. It's unbelievable. By the way, let me just ask you this while I have you here. Why is it that you charge different people different fees for?
See, now, Brian, pay attention to this. Pay attention to this.
I'm listening carefully.
Have you here? Why is it that you charge different people different fees for carry-on bags?
They can't answer the question.
What does he mean by that? I want clarification. Different people, different fees.
I think that he's insinuating they racially profile. Listen.
Ask you this while I have you here. Why is it that you charge different people different fees for carry-on bags? Why is that, Mr. Klein? Why isn't it just a flat fee? Why is it that I might get charged one fee, but my wife might get charged a different fee? Why is that?
So overall, our job is to generate the most revenue we can, so we can be profitable as an airline. If we're not profitable, actually we have costs, and there's costs out there, and we have to make sure that we're above the cost line in order to make sure that we can run a profitable entity.
Yeah, I got it. No, I got it. I got it. And money's the answer. So last year, your carry-on bag fees ranged between $15 and $99. That's extraordinary. One person might pay $15, somebody else might pay $99. How do you determine it? Is it based on personal characteristics? You charge women more?
It's never based on personal characteristics.
You charge minors more?
We do not, sir.
What, just people who are suckers? I mean, how do you do it?
No, so what Howie is referring to is...
Hold on, let me just play it one more time, and I'll let you explain. Hold on.
All right. We do not, sir.
What, just people who are suckers? I mean, how do you do it?
Well, there is a cost to carry any kind of bag.
Yeah, but why do you charge some people?
This is like a young Kevin Nealon up here.
It kind of is.
So this Spirit, now I know why Spirit Airlines is going bankrupt, because their CEO is a tool. Okay, there's different points in the process in which you can pay for a carry-on. If you choose to pay at the time of booking, it's always cheaper than if you get struck at the gate. Spirit's notorious for it. They'll hit you with a $100 carry-on fee if your bag gets flagged at the gate. But if you're a consumer shopping, you should know this about that airline. Number one. Number two, I am on Allegiant right now. A seat is included in your... I'm all the way through booking a $91 round-trip flight in the middle of Christmas.
Where are we going, Brian?
Indianapolis, out of St. Pete. A seat is included in your fare. You are not required to purchase a seat assignment to travel. If you decide to purchase a seat and do not select a seat prior to purchase, a seat will be provided to you without additional charge when you travel. That's on my screen right now. So if I can hit continue and just don't select a seat on Allegiant, then I go to the next flight. I hit continue. I'm at $91 round trip. $91 round trip for a flight from St. Pete to Indianapolis in the middle of the holiday season. How is Allegiant Airlines supposed to stay in business at $91 transporting me?
Because they pull aside customers and knick-knack you for the carry-on.
My personal item is included. My carry-on, I could pay right now for $34.
And did you see, Bubba, they're only looking for suckers. They only do it to suckers.
Right. Say, denote yourself as a sucker or not, please.
So if I buy it now, when I'm booking my ticket on the carry-on, I pay $34. If I change my mind and tomorrow decide, it's $70. If I wait until at the airport, it's $75.
Kenny Powers on chat says, is there any standing room only areas on the plane? Because I want to buy that.
There will be soon. I'm sure they'll herd us all on there.
So I'm wrong again.
No, I'm just saying
like, if it would have happened to you, you would have been just as mad as I would. If you had flown three legs of four, and it was not a problem. We were allowed to, we had the same configuration on all three legs. And finally on the fourth legs, Erica gets pulled aside and told that she's got to crumple up her $400 leather bag into her backpack, and for me to move. And then, by the way, Brian, they called security. When I started asking questions and stuff, they called security on me.
I agree with you that the gate agent was out of line, Bubba. 100%. I agree with you that it should be consistent throughout the company, that this should be applied across the board. And that's the problem when they're incentivizing these employees, is some are more eager to do it than others. And that is an absolute customer. So I don't disagree with you that the way it was handled was wrong. I'm just saying that the process itself, they were not wrong in terms of the process and their own rules. They didn't violate their own rules. What they did was, by being inconsistent, they provided you with terrible customer service. And they were rude and abrasive, which they tend to be. Then
the woman walked on to the plane,
right,
and made sure Erica was still compliant, like hadn't taken all the stuff out of her backpack.
Did she literally come to the seat to check that, or did she just?
She came to. Well, we were in seat 4. And she came to seat 1 and looked at us.
Well, they've got to come on to do the final count, and I mean that's a procedural thing. I don't think she did that to spite Erica. Now she may have looked to see on the bag, but by that point, I don't think she cares. It's not her problem.
No, she made her 10. She already made her 10.
Well, you didn't pay anything, right? So she made $0 because she.
Boy, you're right. Boy, for making $0, you really caused a PR night. I will never fly Allegiant ever again. Ever. And I'm a pretty loyal. I'm a loyal brand. Like if I have a good experience with a good brand, like let me. Why do you think I like Longhorn so much? Because I mean, like when I get locked in on a deal, Brian, you're probably the same way. You're a brand loyalist, are you not?
But she was looking for that $10. That's why she came on the
not
flight.
to fly Allegiant.
Yeah. Well,
wish I was rich and I had my own plane again.
That would be nice. I mean, you'd be flying into Indianapolis, banging Erica on the plane. It would have been great.
You know what? I don't know how long I owned that plane. Maybe 6 years.
You never did it?
In 6 years that I think it might have been 7 years I owned that plane. Because I always wanted to be in the right seat and fly. I wanted to get the flying time.
I've never been more disappointed in you, Bubba.
I was with Heather. I was with Nikki.
I mean,
both. And I never.
Oh my God, I'm so disappointed.
I know.
in you.
I'm disappointed in myself. You don't know what you got till it's gone. And I'll never have a plane again. I barely own a pickup truck.
Do you think there was a lot of sex going on there with other people?
In my plane?
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
What are you insinuating?
No, like
Hogan was never on my plane.
No, but Tom Bean, you don't think he railed Gino?
Like people you let use it.
You want me to text her right now and ask?
The Diacos were partners on my plane. I know Dan probably broke off 10 pieces.
Oh, yeah. See, there you go.
Yeah, you're right, Lummy. Good way to sniff that right on.
Bubba, is it true though that Erica was packing a lot your sandwiches in the bag?
No.
I heard Bubba had sandwiches for the plane.
I heard there was 3 ham sandwiches in the bag.
She had 1 ham sandwich with a little thing of Pringles and a Diet Mountain Dew.
But the Pringles were all crushed up because of this.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't even get it. Yeah.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
You're trying to be a dick.
Because when I fly Breeze, I pay for the nicer package because it's still cheaper than any other airline. Yeah. And I get my extra leg room, I get my check bag, I get my carry-on bag, and I don't have any trouble with any gate agent.
Bubba, you should make this guy go on that flight he just booked to Indiana.
But now JetBlue.
You should make him get on the plane and fucking fly back.
Yeah, look, see, Lummy, I didn't have to pay
exactly. He can just document his whole experience for
I'm like,
us.
there's no way they can force you to buy a ticket.
But you don't need me to.
You know who's going to get clapped next?
Well, that's
an airline CEO.
Yeah, that's the issue. On people's cell phone, they're not reading the fine print. Yeah.
Because if I print above it, so you just see all your seats and all the
right.
X's.
And you're like, oh, I gotta pay for one. I might as well buy a nice one. Yeah. No, that's how they get you. But you got to know that they're like, if you're an informed consumer, then you don't get taken advantage of.
And 80% of the people.
I don't know how fucking informed of a consumer I am.
Oh, you're a low information consumer.
I know.
Do you think sometimes it's worth it to pay the extra money to go with like a Southwest, Brian?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. For a few reasons. One, if you run into problems in terms of planes, pilots, staff, the larger airlines, and this even goes above Southwest when you start talking about Delta and United, they have more options to get you to where you need to go. So
hold on, my ticket though for fucking Spirit, I mean for Allegiant?
Yeah.
Because I booked it. I had a week to book it.
Yeah.
It was still $770.
Yeah, Thanksgiving
Holy
week.
shit!
That would have been almost like $1,500 with any other airline.
I thought you paid like $15.
No, $770 for both.
Oh, that's racism then. I understand why you're mad now.
Thank you.
They wanted that white money.
What's up, man? How you doing?
Pretty good, man. I'm glad we're finally alone.
I know. I'd really like to dig into this racism thing today.
I mean, come on, man. Let's let the racism thing go.
I think it's something that a lot of white people deal with on planes, and I think it's time to tackle it. And if you're afraid to, then I won't be. Because if Senator Hawley can talk about it, I can talk about it.
Do you charge minors more? Do you charge women more? No. The differentiation in pricing on carry-on is the point at which in the process you're paying for it. It has nothing to do with gender, age, any of that. It's when are you paying for the carry-on? Are you paying for it at the time of booking? Are you paying for it before you arrive at the airport? Are you paying for it at the gate? Are you paying for it at the ticket counter? They have differentiated pricing. Why? Because they operate on a shoestring budget. They're barely... How can you fly a human being from here to Indianapolis and back for $91?
Without some fucking shit happening to you.
I mean, or without trying to nickel and dime them, you know? So what? You had to pay $5 for your seatbelt. So what? You had to pay 50 cents every time you went to use the bathroom. Nick the gun guy wants to take both of us to the gun range for a blizzard shoot session.
I'll help you. No problem.
Oh, shit, man. Okay.
Whoa.
That was okay. That was cool, man. Strip sack. Thank you.
Strip sack. Strip sack. Was your arm in motion?
Yeah, it was. No, you got me. You got me. It definitely wasn't incomplete.
That's a fumble. Is that a real fumble? Not an incomplete pass?
No, you got me. New York called it.
He lost possession before the arm moved forward.
I'll go shoot a gun with Brian.
Thanks, Mike Thurman. Where's my money for my cute top? Sexy. Big boy.
Brian, would you go shoot guns with Nick?
Sure. Only if we can do content for the show. And only if I can write deny, defend, depose on each of the bullets.
Well, we can, and then we can pull up pictures of like Joe Biden and shoot him. You know?
Oh, I'm not doing that, sir. You're gonna get a visit from the feds
What
today.
do you mean? Who the fuck are you? Are you Magnamatroni or are you Push Boy Jones again?
I'm Push Boy Jones right now. when it comes to the feds, I'm Push Boy Jones.
Dude, I just printed up 100 Kamala targets.
Oh boy.
And then I got Feminem next.
Feminem? What's that?
It's what people call them that don't.
Did you see Debbie died?
I did. I've got on the list to talk about today.
Oh.
With us.
I just settled all my lawsuits. Fuck you, Debbie!
He was talking shit about her on his last record he just put out.
Good for him. His mom was a crack whore.
He paid. He took care of her though.
I know. Did you end up doing that for your mom even when she's a crack whore?
Yeah, he's got the money.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
You know, maybe we make my next segment here, Lummy, a standalone.
Okay.
Because I have a little bit of an honest admission, and that is, you know, radio guys tend to be a bunch of jealous little bitches if they're not getting the opportunity that other radio guys have gotten.
Us included?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's probably some radio guys that are, you know...
I hate podcasters now that get massive deals.
But, you know, we all get mad if somebody's got a better deal than we do.
Oh, that Ryan toy thing pisses me off every time.
And so, you know, if iHeart or... you know, Beasley or somebody gets behind a show, I often be like, that show sucks. We'd be so much better.
Mike Thurman, $50 in Trouble Face's cute purple top.
And they're little fish, and it's blue and purple.
And then, you know, there's probably some radio broadcaster be like, oh my God, Bubba sucks. He's not relevant anymore. He's horrible. He had his opportunity and he blew it. He did A, B, C, D, and E, F, G, H wrong.
He's sneaking ham sandwiches on Allegiant. I mean, what happened to this guy?
He deserved what he got. He's a hack. He's a cheat. He's just everything. He sucks. Cross-eyed, cuckold. Everything.
Short arms.
Short arm, T-Rex. He deserves everything. Well, I've never been critical of Charlemagne the God. I've always thought he's pretty talented, but I've always scratched my head and said, man, I wish I could get that type of push that iHeart gives him. He is their urban go-to guy, syndicated in every urban market or every urban radio station that they have. And it's very, very cost effective for them because, and his show is based out of New York, so he gets the biggest stars. And really, quite frankly, he is a very, very talented broadcaster.
The thing about the radio stations in New York, like all that, hot and everything, is that the rappers and the celebrities listen to the station. So, it's easier to get a lot of these guys to come by the studio when they live down there. Right. They're just in the neighborhood. So, yeah, he's in a great position being in New York to, and he's turned that into a bunch of things. He's got a great podcast. Yeah. He's turning into Stephen A. Smith almost.
He really, really is he's positioned himself first as a radio personality. Now he does a major podcast, and he's a major African American content influencer.
What the hell's going on with his eyebrows?
Well, I don't know, Brian. Let me get through my story, okay? Jesus Christ, my God. When I'm on a roll, man, just stop derailing me.
I'm sorry.
Get it when I get into it later. But let me tell my story. It's turned into the Brian trying to pick Bubba apart show, and I'm not liking it.
I was talking about you.
Picking apart the guy I'm talking about. It's not necessary.
Sorry, sir.
So anyway, I've not been critical of him, but often, I've thought privately, maybe publicly, God dang, he's got one hell of a push. And iHeart just is pushing the hell out of him. And I wish, and I probably said a lot of it out of envy because I wish I could get that push. I've been in radio just as long, if not longer. I feel I'm just as talented as Charlemagne the God and my little niche of radio and what I do. But, things haven't worked out that way for me. And I've determined a lot of my own destiny. But I really, I saw his appearance on The View. And it really, really makes me appreciate how talented he really is. And it just really struck kind of a nerve with me on, how big of a star he is. And, I'm saying this from a place, from a good place, but I'm proud of him. I'm proud of a radio guy that's been able to turn what he started into what he has now. He's a major influencer. And when you got shows like The View and other shows that he appears on, including his own show, which is hugely successful, so kudos to you, Charlemagne the God. I've never met you. Love to meet you one day. But kudos to you. And I really, really appreciate your appearance and not let Whoopi Goldberg, who I think who in my opinion is nothing but a race baiter. And again, you're African American and I'm white. I don't know if I can say that or not, but it's my opinion that she's just such a race baiter and such a liberal leaning, just to the point of being ad nauseum. So anyway, Charlemagne the God was on The View and didn't necessarily agree with Whoopi. Might as well been Opie. Didn't agree with Whoopi, and very rarely does anybody ever put Whoopi in her place because she's Whoopi. And you'll get like, oh my God, you're talking down to an African American woman.
Well, the haircut's very intimidating. That's the most startling thing about her.
And the Newport breath. I heard she's heavy on the Newport.
I thought she was big into weed, actually.
Well, weed's cool, but Newports aren't.
Ew.
I don't know if I'm being racial by saying that, but whatever. I heard Whoopi was big on the Newports,
check that
which
out.
I don't like. Not big. I don't like cigarette smokers.
As long as you don't call her Opie again and Don Imus yourself, I think you're okay.
I think I'm good.
Is valid because Democrats, all of the criticism is valid because Democrats stand on this moral high ground all the time, and they act so self-righteous. The reality is he didn't have to say anything. in regards to, whether or not, his son wanted to be pardoned. He could have said, hey, man, I'm not focused on that right now. But since they were calling Trump a threat to democracy, and they were saying that, nobody's above the law, but they were speaking about him. That's what they were running on. So when he kept saying things like, nobody's above the law, I respect, the jury's decision in regards to my son, he didn't believe that. But he didn't have to volunteer that lie to begin with.
I'm going to stop you for a second.
Uh-oh.
Only because you don't know that it was a lie. We don't know why he changed
You really think he just changed his mind over Thanksgiving weekend all of a
No,
sudden?
I'm going to tell you what I think.
Okay.
Yeah. I think he changed his mind because he got sick of watching everybody else get over. And this is just my feeling, because at some point you get to the place where you just go, so I'm just going to follow the straight and narrow always, because that's what's expected of Democrats.
But that's their fault. They're the ones that go out there and they stand on this moral high ground.
Listen,
they don't have to do that.
I'm a Democrat. Tell me what the moral high ground is.
The moral high ground is nobody's above the law. I respect what the jurors are saying. He don't have to do that.
So we're mad at him because he changed his.
Oh, no. By the way, I'm not mad at him pardoning
but
Hunter
you sound
Biden.
like you're
No.
So anyway, Whoopi Goldberg has stirred out with her defense of President Biden, blah, 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 blah.
I agree with Charlemagne.
I do too.
His position's absolutely right. Look, is Joe Biden within his right to pardon his son? Yes.
Yep. Yes,
but
he is.
Does he either look like a hypocrite or a liar because he did it after saying he wouldn't? Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, that those things can both be true at the same time. And do I wish that he hadn't have done it? Yes. Can I blame him for doing it as a father with a child? No. So
but what Charlemagne is his thinking and his process of walking through this timeline is also correct.
Right.
And the fact that don't put it out there, when it's involving Trump and his legal issues, when I'm going to do the very same thing.
Right. I mean, at the
Whoopi
end of the day,
is just such a absolute. She can't even be reasonable about the argument.
Well, you can't run like he said. When you're running on law and order and respect of the rule of law, and Donald Trump needs to go through all of this because of the laws, and justice needs to be served, and then you circumvent justice to benefit your son. You kind of come across bad. Again. Don't blame him for doing it. He's within his presidential rights and powers to do so. I wouldn't have done it if I were him, taking the stance that he had taken before. If you're going to be consistent and intellectually consistent about it in your position.
Did you see the Bill Maher, Jane Fonda deal about global warming? I think it was.
Yeah.
A climate crisis.
Oh, that's
and we, according to science, I believe in paying attention to the science. We don't have a lot of time to do something about it. There comes a point where the tipping points happen, and then there's nothing we can do. It's out of our control. And we don't have a lot of time between now and the tipping points, okay? Which is stop all new fossil fuel development, cut our emissions in half very quickly, and then gradually phase out. That would probably be considered, maybe even by you, as radical.
Well, it doesn't even matter because it's never going to happen. That's just not something humans are willing to do.
It's going to have to happen.
No,
or there's no future for us.
Well, first of all, that's not necessarily true. I've always been on your page.
Well, then how can you say that isn't necessarily true?
I'll get to it if you let me.
Okay.
Okay. First of all, the problem with tipping points, which I totally am on the page. There is a tipping point, and it could be tomorrow. We don't know. But the problem with that argument is that they have been saying it for a long time and made tipping point predictions that we've passed.
Here's the thing.
Is that a blunt?
Yeah,
that's all he does is smoke.
That's all he smokes. He just smokes weed.
I didn't know he's a blunt guy. Oh
yeah, no, he's a blunt guy.
Oh my God.
It takes a lot of weed to get Bill Maher high.
And it gets him high too. Look how stupid he is.
Yeah. But here's the thing. No way. We don't have the infrastructure or the grid for us to get off of.
We could have by now. We chose not to. We haven't treated it, and the rest of the world hasn't treated it as a global threat. And the question becomes for America, do you lead by example to get nowhere? Because if the rest of the world, India, China, Russia, Europe, if they don't change their practices, what we're doing won't really matter.
Have you seen the new the new series Landman with Billy Bob Thornton?
No, I heard it's very good.
Oh
though.
my God, I think you would really like it.
What is that on?
It's
Paramount
Plus.
Okay, good. I get that free with my Walmart Plus, which I get free with my Amex, so that's good.
Sure, there you go. And so it's about the oil business in Texas.
Uh-huh.
And so there's this big hotshot attorney that comes down from California, and they're looking at these big windmills that the oil companies own to power the oil drilling pumps.
The rigs.
The rigs. And she's like, well, why don't we just go all to this? And he's like, do you know that the life cycle of one of these wind machines is 20 years, and it'll never, ever be able to pay for itself, and how much it costs to build and put up in energy. So this creates more of a carbon footprint to build this thing, to lay the however much concrete, to erect it, and all that kind of deal. That these windmills, we only use them because it's a way to get energy out in a field where we don't have to run lines. But it will never be carbon net zero.
There's some truth to that.
I never knew that.
But it's also, economies of scale. If we were incentivizing other technologies, then as you scale up, the cost of producing those technologies goes down. So and then you have the intrinsic value, right? Like for every $1 you spend on childhood education, you end up saving 10 down the road economically by getting people out of poverty and all of that. Where there's things that you can't necessarily purely measure and don't get immediate returns on. I just think this is one of those areas where the rest of the world is not going to change what they're doing. So what the U.S., the choice that
the other thing
Bill Maher
is
takes a very realist approach to that problem.
Well,
it's a problem.
Here's the other thing, though. If we go all electric, I mean, the farm combines and the tractors and just all, the semi trucks and the bulldozers and the excavators and the graders, there's no way that all that can be battery operated.
Well, first of all, we should have never gone electric. We only went electric because of China controlling the lithium supply and our dirty deals with them. That's the reason why there's a push for electric in America. The real technology that got skipped over is the hydrogen fuel cell technology, which would be able to power all of those, which would be able to produce high levels of energy and power to power bigger machinery and equipment than electric is capable of doing. But because of money and interests and all of that, the fossil fuels and the batteries have won out, and the real technology gets ignored and passed over because the money isn't there for that.
Hi, who's this? You're on the air.
Hey, Bubba, I know you're way past this, but Breeze charges a technology fee, but if you go to the airport, I'm sure Brian knows this, and sign their little paper that says you get the waiver of the fee for their technology fee, which they're basically charging you to book online. And when I was trying to book a flight from Tampa to Orange County, California, which is an awesome flight, direct, it was for two people, it was going to be about $300. So it was definitely worth going and doing that.
I think Breeze has it. If you go to the airport and go to their kiosk and make your reservation, that they waive like $30 total round trip because you're not tying up any of their. Am I correct on that, or am I wrong?
It was a lot more than that. It was several $100s.
So you got to go with Breeze. You actually got to drive to the airport and make your reservation at the airport in order to get this technology fee waived.
It gets better than that. On like a Tuesday from 11 to 1 p.m.
Oh, so you even got you even got it pinpointed to where the sweet spot is the most savings.
No, that's the time that the desk agent is there to do that. Basically.
Oh, okay. Out of Tampa, you're saying that's the time?
Yeah, yeah.
11 to 2 on Tuesday. Go book your flight on Breeze.
So I just got to lose a couple $100 at work to save a couple $100 on my flight.
Yeah, well, you got to put four of your biggest accounts on hold and reschedule that depot so that you could go down there and be in line. And you know that there's probably a pretty damn good line on that too. That you're not the only person that knows that, Iggy.
I mean, it's. I'm waiting to see. Like, I'm surprised Allegiant doesn't let you use the bathroom after you buy a drink. Like, they give you a wristband. They're like, okay, that guy can go because he's bought a drink. You will have to pay extra. I mean, I used to fly Allegiant to South Bend because it's easy, or Fort Wayne. But they've stood there and measured my bag in person, just like you had happen. And there's not another airline that's worse than that, other than like the Philadelphia airport, where they like cherish pulling you out of line for all the TSA and making you check your bag.
Fort Lauderdale's pretty bad too.
And I'm gonna tell you, man,
Fort
4
Lauderdale's
times,
basically Philly down south.
all 4 times. Again, Lummy, all 4 times it shows that I have metal balls.
Jeez.
Realistically, so now I just tell them before I go through. I have TSA clear. TSA known traveler.
Yeah.
So I go to that. Anyway, sir, thank you. I appreciate you. And so every time I go through that machine, it shows that I have metal like on my left testicle.
No.
Every time. And so I told the dude, now I'm just like, listen, they're gonna show metal in my left groin area. He's like, he goes, all right, go through. Sure enough. And they literally jiggle your balls. They literally do.
Is it microplastics, Bubba?
I don't know what it is. I don't know
it's
what's
the
in
COVID
my
vaccine he got.
Brian, honestly.
Yeah.
What do you think it is? I mean, it shows that I got like a metal right there in the crease, like where my balls and my legs crease, right there. It shows that I have metal.
Do you have like maybe like a little BB in there or something from when you were a kid?
I don't know.
That's weird.
I don't know.
From when you were a kid?
Yeah,
What do you mean?
like
I mean,
maybe
like-
something happened to him he doesn't remember.
I think you would feel it though.
Like no, I don't. Is it like a gigantic piece of metal or
No,
is
it's
it
just a little square.
There
like
you
maybe,
go.
Like maybe the size of like a Post-it note, and it shows up right like.
Wait,
on
the size of a Post-it note?
That's large.
That's not small, dude.
That's huge.
That's what it shows every time I go through any machine.
Next time you're at the dentist at Dr. McSherry's, have him take an X-ray of your balls and see what comes up with the little thing. They can put it right on there.
You shove something up there?
No.
Did somebody else shove something up there?
balls,
brother?
Stop.
Did Larry Plummer do it to you?
No. It just every time I go through, it shows I got metal in my leg crease / ball area. And I just don't understand it. I don't understand it.
You shouldn't have to go through this, Bubba.
I every time he's like, okay, I'm going to use the back of my hand, and I'm like, I know the drill. Just go. I mean, do you want to be in private? No, I don't need to be in private. Just go ahead and start feeling my balls up.
Do you like?
And he usually takes the back of his hands and gets right up on my nuts.
Do you like prep before you go through the line to kind of chub up a little bit so they don't think? Oh,
no, hell no.
What if it's really hot?
I can't even. You can't chub up when you're scared.
no, that's why you have to do it beforehand
No,
so you
but
can
you
just get
can't-
back to normal. Because
No.
when
But
you're
you're
Not scared. You know they're going to be looking.
I know, but doesn't mean I can get chubbed. Doesn't mean that I can get excited over the fact that I know that I'm going to get my ball backhanded.
You may want to get that checked out, Bubba.
Yeah. Wyatt Harris, $50 on Bubba's Ball X-ray funds.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Nickel in the skin fold? Who's saying that?
Felix Baharis, Lummy, 25. I'll get to him.
Thank you.
Felix.
That's weird, Bubba.
Every time, Brian.
So weird. Have you ever gone through it and it not?
Nope.
Yeah, I'd probably get that looked into.
I mean,
Mike Evans nominated for Man of the Year again.
He is Man of the Year. He's Man of the Century.
Toyota came out, looks like they're coming out with a hydrogen car.
They have hydrogen cars. They have hydrogen fueling stations in California. It just was not subsidized and promoted by the federal government the way the electrical cars were. And because of that, again, it's economies of scale. When it is so expensive for hydrogen because the government hasn't put any money into it, there's not enough infrastructure, there's not enough incentive to bring down the price. But it makes absolutely no sense that we skipped over hydrogen fuel cell technology in favor of this bullshit lithium-ion battery fuckery. So China could get filthy fucking rich.
I was gonna say you already said it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's the reason why. It does make sense, I guess, when you put it that way, but it's bullshit with it.
I'm sure China's gonna be feeling it with their $86 billion gold.
You know what I'm the most sad about is that Mike Evans' 1,000-yard streak is going to come to an end.
Is it?
What do you have, 10 in a row?
He's got 5 games to get 479 yards.
Oh, dude, come on.
That easy.
They can get that with
Have
Godwin
you seen
out.
Baker the last couple weeks?
Hold on, they're playing the Raiders.
Yeah.
They're playing the Panthers again. And the Saints.
And what did he get against the Panthers?
Well, he had a couple drops.
He's still got 118 yards.
Brian, if they get
he should kill it against the Raiders.
They'll force feed it at the end of the year if they have to, but he's too close. That's attainable.
How close is he?
500.
479 yards away in 5 games.
Which is
That's doable, but it's not guaranteed, especially with Godwin out. Because
yeah, but if he gets $150 one game,
yeah, it's gonna go down to the last game. I think that's for sure.
Yeah, against the Saints.
And you know what? They don't have Marshawn Lattimore anymore because they traded him. They're just gonna pepper Evans with targets, especially if they don't have anything to play for.
I think Sunday you'll see Evans have a pretty big game against the Raiders. You know, get him up. That
he needs like a 200-yard game to give him that cushion.
$150.
I think you know getting anything above 100 is great at this point. So
well, he's got to pretty much be at 100 a game, not 85, 90 a game.
Because I mean, Chargers don't have the greatest.
95 a game he has to average.
Yeah, and the Chargers don't have the greatest corners, so they play them.
No, they should. Mike Evans he's corner
fine.
He's cornerback proof anyways. Like he can go against any corner.
Yeah.
Marshawn Lattimore's the only guy that could guard him. He would just get him ejected. So it was really that's not anything you have to worry about anymore.
Evans, I'm going to say this right now. Evans is a top 7 all-time wideout at this moment.
Evans might be, I know this is going to make you guys, it might be the greatest buck ever to play.
Oh, he is the greatest buck ever to play, and it's not even particularly close. I mean, Allstott, Lynch, Sapp, Selman.
Brooks, you got to put Derek in
He
there.
rolled his eyes at Selman. I mean, we got.
I didn't just roll my eyes, I also jerked.
He jerked off to Derek Brooks.
Brooks, really?
No, I did not jerk off
You
to
said
Brooks.
Derek Brooks, and you went
No, I was delayed from the Selman. I was still on the Selman.
Derek Brooks?
No, Derek Brooks is up there.
Yes.
I mean, Leroy Selman played. I mean, come on.
He had a restaurant and he's got an expressway named after him.
And he won a Super Bowl.
What he did at USF is even more impressive.
Where did he win a Super Bowl, Bubba?
Derek Brooks won the Super Bowl?
No, Leroy Selman.
Oh, Leroy. I thought you meant Derek Brooks.
No, we're on Leroy Selman.
I don't know.
Bubba's got a lot of, he doesn't like him. But
Well,
Brian doesn't
it's
like
going to become the Mike Evans Expressway, and I'm going to see to that happens.
Yeah, I think that they'll get Mike Evans his shit if it's there, even if they have to throw a Hail Mary on a meaningless game to get it to him.
That's right.
Well, they better run it up against Las Vegas this week.
They'll get it. They got to bounce
Although
back.
Las Vegas is no joke with Aiden O'Connell, the quarterback, and Jacoby Meyer out there.
AOC.
Receiving AOC.
Hold on. Shivering Sierra Nib Kenny Priz just diagnosed what's happening.
Oh, I thought he was going to say he gave us 120 bills to work tomorrow.
Yeah.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Felix Berhalis, 25 on the PayPal. Thank you. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. And then after the show, if you are a member of our YouTube channel at the Bubba Army just went over 120,000 subscribers yesterday. Then you'll get to watch the Blizzard. Not only can you hear the Blizzard via podcasting and any where you ever get your podcasting stuff, iHeart, Spotify, Google Play, Bubba Army HQ, but you can visualize the Blizzard, my friend. if you're a member of Locals and or our YouTube channel.
Once we get 1,000 subscribers, Brian and I are going to do the Blizzard with our shirts off.
Great. We can't wait.
Seth's alone on that.
Hello.
Oh.
Morning, everybody. Ned Scissorps in chat. Bubba, you were just talking about the windmills. I worked in the power industry for 14 years as a crane operator building these things. They are the biggest scam on the planet.
That's what Billy Bob Thornton and the new series Landman was trying to break down to this environmental friendly attorney. What you're going to do for me right now. So break it down. I'm sure the same information
exactly
he
the truth.
And break that down for me.
Okay. These windmills cost between $11.5 and $12 million each to manufacture, truck to the job, and assemble and put online. Now, in order for that windmill to pay for itself, it would have to spin at 100% capacity for about 6.5 years. The problem is they never generate more than 20 to 25% capacity. After about 5 years at 25 to 30% capacity, they require a full rebuild. Full rebuild is about $7.5 million to replace the generator head. And everyone still thinks, it's wind power. They require 400 gallons of oil and 110 gallons of grease just to lubricate them. What ends up happening is the power companies love them because they don't pay a penny for them and they get the energy for free. The contractors love them because the cost of assembly. And then GE and Siemens, who are the only two that actually build the generator heads, they have a corner on the market. What this is it's all paid with federal funds. It's federally subsidized. And these things, they keep putting them up.
Is it just
the energy free?
Is it just optics? Is it just straight optics so that Americans can be like, oh my God, we're getting clean energy. Look at that big ass windmill here. It produces X amount deal. They have no idea. They have no idea of the economics behind it, like you just broke it down.
But there's also, sir, isn't there also value?
They never pay for themselves.
Isn't there also value to diversifying your energy sources? I mean, yes, it may not be that nobody's advocating, I think, going completely to wind-based energy, but having the ability to produce energy in different ways is vital to our national system and security.
Not when it costs. Not when you're losing. Not when you're losing millions of dollars.
You're not losing as much as you say. If the windmills are in a good spot, they may not be a super great value, but they're not necessarily the gigantic loss leaders. If they're in an area
Brian, you're absolutely wrong. They never pay for themselves because after 5 to 6 years at 25% capacity, they require another $7 million to rebuild them.
So they're
never pay for themselves.
So they're like $20 million all in for 7 years.
So, 2019 study from engineers at the University of Texas at Arlington factored in the wind speeds from a working wind farm in Texas with 200 turbines. It examined in detail the energy it took to move the turbine components from where they were made in Spain to the Lone Star Wind Farm in Abilene. It also measured the energy it took to get the raw materials to the factory in Spain where the manufacturing took place. The wind at the Lone Star wind varies, and the researchers used that data to find the actual average wind speed through the year. They calculated a turbine that lasts 20 years will reach a full energy payback in less than 6 years.
Who paid for that study?
It was engineers at the University of Texas. I don't know who paid for it. I'm just saying, sir, there's a study that counters what you're saying.
There's millions of them. But who pays for the study?
I mean, at this point, but yeah.
That's the important
But this guy, hold on, Brian. This guy's boots on the ground.
Follow the money.
Okay, well, I mean, we can say that about every study that we come up with. I mean, we can question everything, right? Constantly.
Absolutely.
I'm just saying that
solar farms are just as bad.
I'm just saying having an energy plan and energy abilities that are diversified is very smart for your national security and for your country as a whole. Relying solely on one energy source is stupid.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So there is value beyond the cost of the windmills.
Because of the, this whole, dirty coal. They make SCRs, which are basically scrubbers that they add to these dirty coal plants, which eliminate 93% of the carbon emissions. The issue is the fly ash from, that's the basically the waste product from burning coal. But now they've found they're using fly ash in concrete, drywall. They're finding good, safe uses for the stuff. That's the toxic part of burning coal. They have basically like catalytic converters is what the scrubbers are, the SCRs. And we've seen them in action right here locally. We did them in Crystal River, units 4 and 5.
Are there any windmills in Florida? I never seen any.
Offshore.
Oh, offshore.
Yeah, just killing the birds.
And they're killing the birds
and
too.
The fish.
Well, how are they killing the fish?
They had to put, how they get them in the ground?
Take up any more time. I'm working night shift tonight, setting girders. So,
hey man,
you guys have a great day and love the show.
Really, really appreciate your insight. I appreciate you, bud.
Anytime.
Thank you, Lummy.
Yeah.
Kenny Price.
Yes, he found it.
Shizivering Nizero Sierra Bizet. He's he's a brain surgeon.
Yes, of course.
People don't realize that he's really a brain surgeon.
Bad horn or $10.
And a testicle looks like a lot like a little brain.
Yeah, well, my testicles are little brains in themselves. Very little.
By the way, I dodgeball Brian in the middle of that, Bubba.
I know you did.
He chucked the ball and almost took out. I mean, it was very well placed.
Have you got it out of your system now, Brian? I mean, Seth, because you've wanted to do that now for a long time. You've done it. Now, can we move on?
Or is that just think just one per show. I could just launch one over.
I can't wait till you throw one at Dan.
Yeah, Dan grabs it and he hucks it back. And next thing you know, my $600 camera falls over, and you got a knot on your eye, and then you start crying, and then you get anxiety and you start puking because you see the knot on your eye, and you miss a day of work.
Have him toss it at Gene tomorrow.
Okay, I'm good. We'll just do it on Thursdays.
Gene will shoot. Let me just say this. Gene has a gun in his ankle at all times. Yeah. He will shoot you.
I'll see you later, Seth.
I don't. I want to. If I feel like if I accept the donuts the wrong way from Gene, that he's going to take my head off. So I'm very afraid.
So listen, Kenny Prez said it probably has to do with your vasectomy, and there could be a metal clip that they left in there. No, for real.
That's a good thought.
Or their sutures could have been like. Sometimes they'll use like metal-like sutures or something like that, but there's probably a clip or a metal-like suture when I got my vasectomy. And Lummy, that's you know what? I'll tell you this. Yep. That's the best explanation that I've heard so far.
Yep.
Can he get in there and get it out?
No, I don't.
On stage at Barb?
I don't want. No.
You got to get that out of your sack, Bubba.
No, it's in my sack.
It's tainting your sack and your future children.
And the only thing that it does is it makes me get my balls felt up while I travel. That's 4 or 5 times a year. I'm not having somebody cut my sack open and take out the metal clip that stops my sperms.
It's going to hinder your swimmers. They're going to have crooked tails, and you finally try to plant one in Birch Creek.
I'm not gonna. Don't you understand that when you get a vasectomy, you don't want to get anybody.
Well, when they take the metal rods that they left in there, they're going to redo it, and then you're going to be back in action, baby.
My vas deferens were so strong they had to use steel.
I don't want my steel clips removed from my.
They're working good right now.
From my industrial strength vasectomy.
Drop a load around town. What's the big deal?
I do drop loads around town.
Yeah, well, let's have it mean something, Bubba.
I don't have to worry about getting a person impregnated like you do.
He dropped a load in Davenport, but he didn't leave his sticky boxers out.
You drop loads on boxers. I drop loads on I'm not going to say.
Well, my loads are live, buddy.
In Merch Creek, I'm there.
I will tell you this: though, if you do get a vasectomy, your load volume does go down.
Oh man, you're spitting out piddles.
I mean, no, you used to have You used to have the state of Georgia. Now you got Hawaii. So
I mean, Georgia's way bigger than Hawaii, Bubba. I mean, I get what you're saying, but
your ejaculation
trickles.
It doesn't trickle. It's the same sensation. You just don't have as much of it, which really does not matter to me. I don't like to frolic around in that anyway. I don't really,
You could use a little desensitization, desensitized or whatever from your area.
So anyway, I guess she was on Air Force One. What's the
VP flies on Air Force 2.
Well, I think
it's not a specific plane. It's whenever she's on it, it's considered Air Force 2.
Jean-Pierre, I think, is traveling was traveling with the president.
Oh, the president. I thought you were talking about Kamala.
No,
when
I'm
you said
talking
she, I'm sorry.
I'm talking about the
I'll slap myself.
the raggedy hand looking bitch.
I interrupted him. I was freaking wrong.
Exactly. And she, I guess the media, there was no visual to this because she was on the plane, and this is just from somebody's, they're recording it. But she, I guess, is getting greased or tries to walk through the pardon process.
You have said repeatedly yourself since the election, the president has said for months, no pardon was coming. I wanted to ask you, could those statements now be seen as lies from the American people? Is there really a credibility issue here given now this announcement?
First of all, one of the things that the president always believes is to be truthful to the American people. That is something that he always truly believes. And if you see the end of his, I assume that you've read his statement, and you look at the end of that statement, and he actually says that in the first line in the last paragraph, and respects the thinking and how the American people will actually see this in his decision making. And I would encourage everyone to read in full the president's statement. I think he lays out his thought process.
What does the president's statement say? What is his thought process?
I didn't read it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
What do you need to read? He pardoned his son. Like, I don't.
Yeah, but did he pardon his son, Brian, because of stuff that could involve him later on down the road?
Well, no, because he didn't pardon himself.
No, but I mean, but pardon. If he was involved in a dealing with Hunter, and Hunter's been pardoned, and that dealing can no longer be investigated, then that's helping himself too, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess
that's what a lot of people are saying. Is the fact that the reason why he pardoned him, and it went back 10 years?
Yeah.
He pardoned him for the last 10 years of things that he's...
I've got his statement right here.
Will you read it for me?
Today, I signed a pardon for my son, Hunter. From the day I took office, I said I would not interfere with the Justice Department's decision-making, and I kept my word even as I've watched my son being selectively and unfairly prosecuted. Without aggravating factors like use in a crime, multiple purchases, or buying a weapon as a straw purchaser, people are almost never brought to trial on felony charges solely for how they filled out a gun form. Those who were late paying their taxes because of serious addictions but paid them back subsequently with interest and penalties are typically given non-criminal resolutions. It is clear that Hunter was treated differently. The charges in his case came about only after several of my political opponents in Congress instigated them to attack me and oppose my election. Then a carefully negotiated plea deal agreed to by the DOJ unraveled in the courtroom, with a number of my political opponents in Congress taking credit for bringing political pressure on the process. Had the plea deal held, it would have been a fair, reasonable resolution of Hunter's case. No reasonable person who looks at the facts of Hunter's case can reach any other conclusion than Hunter was singled out only because he is my son, and that is wrong. There has been an effort to break Hunter, who has been 5.5 years sober, even in the face of unrelenting attacks and selective prosecution. In trying to break Hunter, they've tried to break me, and there's no reason to believe it will stop here. Enough is enough. For my entire career, I have followed a simple principle. Just tell the American people the truth. They'll be fair-minded. Here's the truth. I believe in the justice system, but as I have wrestled with this, I also believe raw politics has infected the process, and it led to a miscarriage of justice. And once I made this decision this weekend, there was no sense in delaying it further. I hope Americans will understand why a father and a president would come to this decision.
But he also had a hearing coming up in the next 2 weeks.
Well, and I mean, he kind of makes Trump's point for him because nobody's ever been charged in New York the way Trump was charged in New York.
Right.
Not that that's federal, but when he's talking about the weaponization of the judicial system and the process, he's constantly said that what Trump was dealing with was fair and the rule of law and order and this and that and the other. But But it is kind of unprecedented. Just like maybe there's truth to what he's saying about Hunter. I don't know. I've not really looked deeply into the charges.
It's very hypocritical, meaning like what Trump went through.
Well, Charlemagne the God summed it up perfectly.
Right.
You can't publicly say we're above all this. We're for law and order. We're for justice. We're all this. And then when it comes time to it, you turn and you run and you take the acts that you've kind of denounced.
We were told that this sort of came to a head.
This is, by the way, this is CNN. So this isn't like Fox, sucking Magadee. This is CNN. And I think CNN breaks it down where what I was talking about a few minutes ago, where he might be trying to cover his own ass a little bit.
We were told that this sort of came to a head this weekend, and this is why President Biden decided now to do this. But as Isaac was just saying, that really is a sense of the conversation that has been going on really inside the family. And I'm told this has been very much a family discussion.
Well, Jill pulled the trigger. She pulls the trigger on everything. Jill wrote all that.
And something that has been not widely shared or discussed as a policy matter inside the West Wing. But there was a worry of future prosecutions or future potential of what the incoming Trump Justice Department could do. So that
now, does this basically, Brian, wipe out anything once Trump becomes the president? Wipe out anything that Trump could potentially try to investigate Biden on?
There's questions on that because when Trump was nearing the end of his presidency, there was talk about Trump pardoning himself for anything and everything. The question is, can you pardon yourself for a crime that you have yet to be charged with?
No, I don't think you can.
That's an unsettled question of law. We don't know. My guess is that the Supreme Court will rule that the presidential pardon power is absolute and can apply to charges that had occurred but were not yet charged.
But what I'm saying is, like, in order for them to be able to investigate Biden, it's going to have to be just a Biden-related deal. If it's tied to Hunter, it's probably off. You can't.
No, it can still be tied to Hunter. If Biden's not pardoning himself personally, then if he has crimes that are tied up with what Hunter's been pardoned of, I don't think that changes the ability to prosecute Biden.
I thought it did. I thought
they can still bring hearings.
Okay,
of course, is freighted in all of this as well, but. For now, this moment, this certainly is a decision that President Biden, I'm guessing, did not come to easily. But as you played that statement before,
does this really kind of black eye his whole presidency? This is not a good look, is it?
It's hypocritical. He said he wouldn't do it. He's turning around and doing it. I think it's a bad look.
He also said he wasn't going to drop out of the race. Things change.
A lot of things have changed.
Yeah, if Kamala wins, he probably doesn't pardon Hunter.
Let me ask you a question. Would he have now that you have a chance to break it all down, and she got her ass kicked? She got her ass kicked. Do you think he would have done better?
No.
Okay.
Or so much has changed since.
Do you think Gavin Newsom would have done better?
Yes.
Me too.
I think Gavin Newsom would have won.
For real?
Yes.
I think that's a lot better, isn't it?
I think. Yeah,
just like John Morgan said when we had him on the air a few weeks, he did not like the pick. He has now declared himself an independent. And he said, I'm a Bill Clinton Democrat, and the Democratic Party is the furthest thing from that right now. And I think he's right.
June, when he told David Muir of ABC News that he would not do that. Of course, his station in life has changed. He will not be a second-term president, did not complete his campaign. So that is why, sort of leading up to this, that's why I'm told a decision was reached finally this weekend after spending time together in Nantucket.
Will he, Brian, go down in our lifetime, and our lifetime includes Jimmy Carter? Will he go down as the crappiest presidents we've ever had?
No, I don't think so.
Even in our lifetime?
No, because look, we're in a better position now as a country financially than when he entered office. That's a fact. Inflation, all of that, he ran through it. Now, You can give the president credit for it. You cannot give him credit for it. I tend to think that the economy is bigger than the president in a lot of ways. But we did better coming out of the COVID recession and the inflationary factors of COVID than most countries in the world. I think we're second or third in terms of recovery. Should we want to be number one? Yes. But if I'm being realistic here, though, other presidents have entered with a good situation and left the country worse. He entered in less than ideal circumstances. Just like I don't blame Trump. I mean, Trump was doing fine in terms of the economy and everything, humming along, and then COVID came in and interrupted. I'm not going to say Trump's a terrible president because all that stuff happened while he happened to be president. Some of the COVID response, who knows? But I don't think that when you look at somebody like Herbert Hoover and Jimmy Carter and those presidents that are
Herbert Hoover wasn't in our lifetime,
right? But when
if you take our lifetime starting at John F. Kennedy, okay, I wasn't even born, but probably there are some listeners that were. But if you go John F. Kennedy, Lyndon B. Johnson, Richard Nixon, Gerald Ford, Jimmy Carter, Rappin' Ronnie Reagan, Bill Clinton, George H. Then who was after George H? Was it George? Who was after George H? No, George H.
Bill Clinton.
Hold on, Ronnie Reagan, George H. Bill Clinton, George W. Barack, Trump, Biden.
Well, George W.'s presidency was the worst in our nation's history and caused the most damage out of any presidency.
You're probably right. You probably are right.
He inherited a balanced budget, a roaring Silicon Valley, and they got us either through malfeasance or nonfeasance into a quagmire dual war that kept American soldiers overseas. The collateral damage from W's presidency is the worst out of any of those that you named.
W? Not H?
No, George W. HW was only in for 4 years.
So you're saying George W. is the worst?
I think George W.'s presidency, when you look at the entirety of what happened,
weapons of mass destruction,
all of what happened, and
Dick Cheney, I'll shoot you in the face.
What he inherited to what he left. George W. Bush's presidency was the worst 8 years.
Brownie's doing a good job down here in New Orleans, even every levee broke.
Is it because his daughters were wild too?
No, it had nothing to do with that. And to all these people in chat saying that I'm out of my mind,
I don't think you are.
No,
I think you're being.
Tell me which countries did better recovering from the inflation than the U.S.
I usually don't politically align with you, but I agree with you.
I'm not saying. Look, I'm not saying Biden did a bang up job and he's the greatest president ever. He was a bumbling schmuck who couldn't put together a sentence for half of his presidency. That's not good. But when you're talking about what the state of the country is right now, people aren't in gas lines. Right? People aren't losing their homes left and right to foreclosures. I mean, let's be realistic about it. You can have politics and hate in your heart and think liberals are the worst thing in the world and Democrats are idiots and they're this and they're that. Your life isn't as bad. The average American's life is not as bad now as it was in Carter's administration, in W's administration. There's other administrations, obviously going back to the Hoover and all that. But it's just to say he's the worst. Will he go down in the bottom third of presidents? Absolutely.
I very rarely read chat, Lummy. I don't understand what Dan Wolfgang says by saying, sort of like Bubba asking people that work for free to work the busiest part of the day 10 to 1. What are you getting at there, Dan?
I guess he's saying me come in and do 10 to 1 on the show. I don't know. It was a cheapy to miss. They all can't be winners. I think Dan's probably a good guy.
I think he's a dick, and I'm getting ready to block him.
Well, let's give Dan another chance.
Nope.
Dan.
See you later, Dan.
Oh.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. Wow. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Really looking to be seen. Brian, if you have a different
people
opinion,
aren't in gas lines because they can't afford fuel. Yeah, people are staying home and not going out because they can't afford to get to the grocery store.
if you have a different opinion, you're just going to need to keep it to yourself. Okay?
I guess from now on.
Because
I don't mind.
I want it wide open.
I don't mind being challenged on it, but when the response is libtard, what the fuck's wrong? There's nothing even remotely like. There's no debate.
Brian, that's when you block them, motherfucker.
Listen. No, it's everybody. I mean, everybody's telling Brian he's an idiot because they don't agree. To me, I understand that people feel differently. But
Here's the thing: I'm not even. I don't even align myself politically with him, but he's right. If you just listen to him, George W. Bush probably was the shittiest fucking president, and what he inherited and what he gave back.
Was an abomination.
But I'm saying, but people suck such red dick or blue dick that they can't even have the ability to listen.
I'm saying it right now. Biden was not an effective leader. He was not a good president. But to say that this country is in its worst shape ever,
but here's the deal,
is asinine.
But here's the other deal: not to be even not to even have the ability to have an intellectual conversation about it, and everybody just automatically wants to be a cocksucker.
Well, especially because January 6th was one of the greatest patriotic events of our country, and people hold it against Donald Trump like it was some sort of bad thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I haven't seen one person disagree with you on George W.
Oh no, that they haven't. He is pretty shitty.
It's not about red. Like everyone is saying that he was a shitty in that time.
Well, because he's the old red. That he's not the new red. They don't consider the new Republicans don't consider George Bush a Republican.
I haven't seen anyone.
No, and it's fine. I don't even care. Like, look, it's irrelevant. First of all, it's an irrelevant discussion. It means nothing in the grand scheme of things. Who was the worst? Who was second worst? Who was third worst? I'm just saying, if we look at this factually and look at the state of things, I mean, is the country truly falling apart? Let me check the stock market. Let me check my 401k. I mean, let's look at the rest of the world and see how we are.
Listen, he was shitty at some stuff.
He's a terrible leader.
And the economy, which is what we use as a gauge in some instances, is doing well. We have some fucked up immigration situations, but to sit here and not listen to what Brian has to say and automatically get into name calling is not fucking. It is just shows you the state that we are in the fact that everybody has to be right and nobody can actually listen to somebody's opinion. And everybody has to be fucking combative or be a dickhead.
Well, it's just like the whole weaponizing the red, blue, liberal, Republican.
I'm not happy
We're
with
all
you.
fucking Americans, man.
I'm not
we all
happy
want
with
the
you.
same thing. You guys don't think I want what's good for my family? You guys don't think I want what's good for this country? I mean, it's crazy to think that that's where we're at, where we can't have this discussion.
Right, we should be able.
The powers that be that are dividing us are winning.
Right.
I mean, that's the reality of this.
And why can't we disagree but be gentlemen about it? Right?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm fully open to discussions. Yeah, Carlos, you guys may be struggling, and I feel for you, but how were you struggling in 2002? How were you struggling in 2009, 2008, into 2009? How were you struggling in your families were struggling in 1980? I mean, the discussion was, is he the worst president of our lifetime? And to that, I say, I don't think so.
And that's your opinion.
Yeah. And I can back it up with some facts as to why.
And people can have differing opinions without calling names. Right?
Yes, only liberals divide us. You're right, JG. The division can only come from one side. It can't possibly come from both. Or somebody in the middle. Some actor like, I don't know, Russia and China trying to divide us by hacking us all. And did you see that hack?
No.
Oh my goodness. Pretty much the U.S. government admitted this week that China hacked into every single politician's phone calls and texts for like the last year.
Oh.
On AT&T, Verizon, and one other network.
Ooh, they're sneaky.
That's great.
Boost Mobile.
And we're gonna. Are we gonna do anything about it?
Fuck no.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Johnny K. Johnny Costico, head of the Indiana VRN sleeper cell. Scotty Landers, Cable Dog, Sumo, Jeffrey Patterson, Larry Plummer, Shane Brown, Pork Chop, Tony Stewart, Julie Caldwell. Thank you, Johnny K, for the 100. Tucker Carlson thought we'd end the show with this. He's in Russia. He's probably the only. I got to think, Brian, in order to be able to be Tucker Carlson and be in Russia and to just go carte blanche and be able to record and do what you want, I got to think that he has, and now he's obviously interviewed, Putin.
Yeah.
I got to think that you probably have a pretty good working relationship with the State Department, or at least, ties to Putin, for you to even be able to travel there as an American journalist and be able to do a report, right?
Sure.
I mean, there's probably not a lot of anybody from CBS, NBC, Fox, MSNBC, NBC, ABC. I don't know that anybody can do this.
Most of them have a ground unit asset there reporting, but certainly he seems to have.
Would
carte
that be a
blanche.
little bit scary?
Oh yeah.
Like if you're living in Russia at an apartment and you're the CBS correspondent. I mean, I would be nervous as hell.
I
That
feel
in
like
the
they
middle,
arrest
in the
you
middle,
for
in the
anything.
middle, like you might as well be at a gay club in Russia.
Well, I wouldn't go there.
No,
but
what I'm saying is like you don't know that that's not going to necessarily happen to you.
That may piss Putin off.
I mean, yeah,
He's
I mean,
done.
if you do an article that maybe isn't quite like the way Putin likes it. Next thing you know, where's it at? I got it right here.
Yeah.
Let me see here.
What is
here it
right
is.
there.
Oh.
Here it is. This is a gay club in Russia, and am I assuming you can't be gay and live in
it's
Russia?
illegal. They're Orthodox religion. Everybody thinks Russia's great, but they'll murder people.
So you can't be gay. Just be gay. Not mind your own business and be gay in Russia. Here's I guess this is how they do gay clubs.
Oh man. This is for being gay?
This is what they're doing wrong is being gay and dancing at a gay club. That's all they're doing. They got them all now sitting down.
There's a guy they pull out in blue underwear. It looks just like Babyface. You'll see him in a second.
I wasn't on a cruise.
You're in Russia?
So hold on.
There.
That looks like me.
But hold on.
You got a nice tan.
But hold on now. If you're that, CBS correspondent, what's stopping them from doing this to you? Because you wrote an article saying, man, I think Putin's maybe handling the Ukraine excursion a little bit wrong, right?
Now that's not cool. Oh God. So what else is there to do in Russia for fun if you can't go to the gay club?
I don't know. Some straight people go to gay clubs.
Yeah, I mean,
women like to go so they don't get hit on.
A lot of women go to gay clubs because they're like, man, these dudes are a lot cooler to me than it's a meat market when I go to the regular club.
Better dancers.
I mean, it's a meat market when I go to the regular club. These dudes ain't going to mess with me. In fact, they're going to teach me some fashion and probably dance better than me. So Tucker Carlson's probably the only American that can really go into Russia and to cut up some reporting.
In the week since we left Russia, Moscow, where we are now, in February after interviewing Vladimir Putin, we've watched from the United States as the Biden administration has driven the U.S. ever closer to a nuclear conflict with Russia, the country that possesses the world's largest nuclear arsenal. It has accelerated ever since, and it's reached its apogee so far in the weeks after Trump's election. He's now the president-elect. In that time, just a few weeks ago, the Biden administration, American military personnel launched missiles into mainland Russia and killed at least a dozen Russian soldiers. So we are, unbeknownst to most Americans, in a hot...
By the way, the Tucker Carlson Network, TCN.
...war with Russia, an undeclared war, a war you did not vote for and that most Americans don't want, but that is ongoing. And because of that war, because of the fact that the U.S. military is killing Russians in Russia right now, we are closer to nuclear war than at any time in history.
Brian, do you agree at all? In
No.
principle? Okay.
Closer than we were during the Cuban Missile Crisis.
no.
That would mean the elimination of Russia, the United States, and most of the rest of the world. We felt
Cuban
there
Missile
must
Crisis
be
was.
someone behind the scenes in Washington working to make sure that this conflict doesn't become a nuclear holocaust. But we found out that no, in fact, there is nobody. Tony Blinken, the current Secretary of State, cut off all contact between the U.S. and Russian governments. There is no back channel. There is no conversation.
Is he
there
working
hasn't
for
been
Russia?
Yes.
He's weird.
He's an asset.
No way.
Just like the Tim Pool guy was, and all these Republican influencers, they've all been in part of a DOJ investigation. I would guess that Tucker is a Russian asset.
Yeah, Tucker's a shill.
What's that mean?
It means he works for Putin and the Russian government. He espouses their views.
It means he's getting the rubles right after he gets done talking about how great they are.
He's getting a bag full of rubes.
He's getting the rubles, baby.
That's shocking.
Has he got a Seth Kushner ready to collect the rubes when he's done?
He's going to meet a guy right there in the back alley.
I don't know why he's got to be in Moscow to be reporting this.
Well, because it's more effective.
Most Americans have no access to any perspective other than that granted to them by NBC News and the New York Times. They don't know how close we are. They don't know the Russian perspective. We've been trying for over a year to get that perspective out to American news consumers. We've also tried for over a year to get an interview with Zelensky, the president of Ukraine. We've attacked that from a bunch of different angles. We've spoken to a lot of different people around him, had dinner with them. We've been in talks continuously, and those efforts have been thwarted by the U.S. government. The American embassy in Kiev, which our tax dollars pay for, told the Zelensky government, no, you may not do the interview. You can talk to CNN, you can't talk to us. So we've been unable to speak to him. So we came back to Moscow yesterday to interview the foreign minister of Russia, Sergei Lavrov, the longest serving foreign minister in the world. He's been a part of this government for 25 years. He's been in the diplomatic corps for over 40. And ask him, where exactly are we? Are we headed toward an unprecedented conflict between Russia and the United States?
I mean, it's a cool question. I need answered.
Is there any way to peel Russia back from the east, from the sphere of China, back into the west? Is that alliance permanent? And does the election of Donald Trump mean an end to this war, which is reshaping the world, the U.S. economy, the global economy, and risking the life of every person on this planet? Is that possible? We just walked out of that interview. It's absolutely fascinating. It's coming very soon. We hope you'll watch.
So he had an interview with that
Sergei
guy.
Lavrov, who's the Russian
I'd be interested to see that interview.
Dude, the nuclear threats are just, they're humorous to me at this point.
Why?
Because, well, A, it's not going to happen, and B, if it does, then it's just the end of the world. C, we can't do one damn thing about it, so we just have to sit back and watch.
I mean, I don't think it. I think both countries know that when we go nuke, we're done.
Well, that's the thing. Is
that's mutually assured destruction.
Right.
Now, how crazy is Putin? Would he be willing to do it? I don't know. The oligarchs run Russia,
right?
And I don't know that the oligarchs want nuclear holocaust. It's not good for business. They're all businessmen.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a nice threat to have in your back pocket, but
the numbers are in, and Caitlin Clark has now supposedly, according to the economists that do the numbers, she accounted for $36 million for the city of Indianapolis. 36. She brought $36 million in tourism and commerce. Didn't they say Dion brought $123 million to Boulder?
Yeah, it was over $120 million.
Yeah. I mean, God bless her. She needs to be making more than $97,000. The Blizzard with Brian. Hopefully Brian seems like he's really, really, really wound up today. I like it.
Just dealing with the rubes in chat. Your average listener's a tool, but I love you all.
See you tomorrow.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
Rhett, the filthy ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council. Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.